Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Steve Clements.
Good morning, everybody. This is day 3, action-packed day. We're in the Schwarzenberg stage. I hope all of you had a great time, because last night you were all invited to a fantastic cocktail party. You can probably hear it in my voice. The Zovina Palace, so it was a fantastic evening. We've got 2 stages open today. Of course, it's the Schwarzenberg stage, and then we've also have an action-packed day lined up in Havel. Today in this room, we're going to be discussing climate change, the upcoming COP29 summit, how to face terrorism in Africa, the media's fight against smears and information overload. That's what I need to hear about. And then next door, we're going to have sessions on fostering stability in the Middle East. That's important. Black Sea security, and Russia beyond Putin. That's very aspirational, so we'll have to see how that goes. And then we're going to have in the afternoon, in the Havel stage, of course, the closing ceremonies, which are going to be pretty magnificent. And I want to say right now, we've got a really, really great panel coming up. My good friend Peter Kolář, whom you heard, helped host last night, if many of you were there. Ivan Korčok and others, great. And my buddy on the BBC, Rob Cameron, on Is This Central Europe's Moment. So please, well, we're going to play a little Sting video, and then Rob will be up here. Thank you all. Have a fantastic day, and keep going to those side sessions.
Hello, good morning. I'm Rob Cameron. I'm the BBC's correspondent here in Prague for the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and it's a huge privilege, a huge honor to be leading this discussion today on Central Europe, and is this Central Europe's moment? Obviously, the Ukraine war has propelled this region to the very forefront of EU and NATO decision-making, and it's given Central Europe a new dynamism and a new relevance. But is this new relevance an illusion? And if it's not an illusion, is it just temporary? We will be starting this discussion with a Slido poll, so if you want to get your phones and tablets at the ready, you can do that obviously in the GLOBSEC app or on the website, and we'll come back to that in a second. But for now, please welcome our 4 panelists. Petr Kolář is the former Czech ambassador to Russia and the United States and a senior policy advisor to President Pavel and also previously President Havel. Please welcome Petr. Ivan Korčok is the former foreign minister of Slovakia, also a former ambassador to the United States, and of course in the spring stood as for president of his country.
Morning.
Welcome, Ivan. Dobré ráno.
Morning. Morning.
Małgorzata Bonikowska is a leading political scientist from Poland and the president of the Center for International Relations and a professor at Warsaw University. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
And Dr. Valbona Zeneli is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, specializing in transatlantic relations, globalization, and the international economy. Good morning, Val, and welcome.
Good morning.
So, thank you very much. In his famous essay of 1984 for the New York Review of Books, Milan Kundera wrote a piece. It was entitled The Tragedy of Central Europe. And in it, he said, Central Europe is not a state. It's a culture or a fate. Its borders are imaginary and must be drawn and redrawn with each new historical situation. Arguably, we are now in the midst of the most momentous historical situation since the end of the Cold War, and maybe since the Second World War. So where does that leave Central Europe, and what is its fate? It's looked west since 1989, and I think several people on stage have helped it keep their gaze to the west, but some of its leaders these days are looking the other way. So what does that mean for Europe, for NATO, and for us? I said I wanted this discussion to be as interactive as possible and that you would have the chance to participate as much as possible. And there will, of course, be a chance to pose questions in a few minutes, either via the GLOBSEC app or in the room. But we wanted to start with a poll. And it's to answer a question that I'm still struggling with, and I've lived here for 31 years. What is Central Europe? Okay, interesting. Way in the lead is the idea that it is the Visegrad group. So Germany is, I know here's Germany coming up in second place. Does it include Slovenia? Does it include more Balkan countries? What about Romania? What about Bulgaria? Can they be Central Europe? Or anywhere you can order strudel in a cafe? And that is actually a question posed by a friend of mine called Christian Jacques, who's a French historian, political scientist, and he wanted to, I think maybe did write a PhD, the whole idea of which was you can define Central Europe by whether you can walk into a cafe and order strudel. If you can, you're in Central Europe. If you can't, you're not. Panel, let's begin. Where is Central Europe? Peter.
Well, thanks for asking this question me first. I hope that somebody would answer before me and then I could follow, but I'll try to, after last night it's harder, but
yes.
I'll try to answer what I believe it's Central Europe. Central Europe is us and those who live here. Of course, this is at least there are two Central Europes, one post-communist and one Central Europe geographically, which is including Germany, Austria, maybe even some other countries, at least northern Italy also, and then Switzerland. But I believe that these Visegrad 4, that was something what was the project we identify with, like Central Europeans, because we had a similar history, we had a similar experience, we were leaving the communist bloc together, and we were trying to get into the European Union and NATO together. Then our dear Slovaks, they had a problem with their prime minister, Mr. Mečiar, so they were a bit slowed down, but they joined us, and we were so happy to be together with them. And by the way, for me, at least few years back, I, as a Czech, can say I was jealous that in Slovakia they had a great president, and they were on the right side of the barricade, I would say. Now I'm glad that we have a great president, right, and we are on the right side of the barricade.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute, absolutely.
Okay, no. And then, well, for our friends abroad, and especially in the I remember when I came to the United States in 1990 first with Robertson Center as a postgraduate, and the liaison who was introducing me to my colleagues introduced me as a Peter Kolář from Yugoslovakia.
Well, it's better than Chechnya, isn't it? It's better than Chechnya. It's better than Chechnya. Ivan, where is Central Europe? What is Central Europe?
Yes, good morning to all of you. I'll try to respond to that, but Peter, my good friend and colleague, will survive when I elaborate a bit on a typical Czech concern expressed over Slovakia and our past and history about our Prime Minister. Yes, indeed, we've had a problem with the Prime Minister. My dear Czech friends, you might have a problem next year with your Prime Minister. Then we will be concerned in Slovakia.
Take him back.
Then on Central Europe, the opinion was changing here. When Rob asked about strudel, then the last option has got more support. For me, I'm always lost when I'm asked political questions and a geographical answer is expected. So I'd like to be more provocative and say that for me Central Europe could be Austro-Hungarian monarchy minus Western Balkans. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe Germany is not there, but
Germany's not there in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Małgorzata.
I wanted to continue.
Sorry, Ivan. Yeah.
I only started, you know.
Yeah.
No, but the point that I wanted to make, more than geography, what matters for me, it's politics, and I don't think, and that's my firm belief and conviction, Central Europe is not a political entity, because in my view, Central Europe is and should be an integral part what I call political West. We can elaborate also, try to elaborate on what is the West in geographical terms, and we'll be lost. Because geographically, for me, the West contains or includes also countries in the very east of Asia. Those are free countries. So what matters is the type of governance which, I mean, defines the geographical entity. So for me, remember, please, my view of Central Europe, that it is and should be integral and firm part of what I call political West.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Małgorzata, what is Central Europe?
Good morning once again. I come from Poland, so you can imagine that for us, when you have a strudel definition of Central Europe, we are not very happy about it.
Yes, exactly. That would leave Poland out, wouldn't it? Can you get strudel anywhere in Poland?
No.
Okay. Lots of great cakes, but not strudel.
Our own cultural background, if I may. And I would, define it in three different ways. Actually, we have to decide, we discuss Central Europe or Central Eastern Europe. It's a big difference, because Central Europe, it's Mitteleuropa, is a very German, Austrian concept, which is not necessarily well taken in the region. Because what does it mean for us? Means that we did not exist formally as independent entities, right? So historically speaking or culturally speaking, this Mitteleuropa concept means, for us, domination of Germany, which, of course, today is not the case anymore, but culturally is very much remembered. I would say, historically, for us, there is a difference between Central Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe. How do we find the border? I guess no one maybe guesses, but it's not very difficult. By alphabet, we use Latin alphabet. Do you also? Yeah, but not everybody in the region. We have also Cyrillic, right? So for us, Eastern Europe are the countries with Cyrillic alphabet, like Belarus, like Ukraine also. It's Eastern Europe. It's also a very useful concept. But also Bulgaria could be, in this way, Eastern Europe, right? Religion also. We are all Christian, but Orthodox and Catholic, it's different. So we took our 1,000 years ago, by the way, and Poland is very proud of this history, a very long statehood, right? 1,000 years ago from the West. So Cyril and Method didn't come to us, right? So Eastern Europe, Eastern and Central Europe, and then Central Europe. There are three different concepts.
Okay.
Then one more thing is that today, I would say Central Eastern Europe is very much political concept.
Agreeing with Ivan. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Also based on the assumption that we could call it a new Europe, or this Europe also in GLOBSEC report, it's put this way, right? These new member states who could have more energy, also because they did not participate for a long time in a history of European project, because we were in the Soviet bloc, or formally in Soviet Union, like the Baltic states, or like Poland or other countries, Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia in this case, or Hungary in the Soviet bloc, independent only formally. So we understand Central Eastern Europe concept today as a chance to be visible and also take a stronger position in this European project, which I understand that everybody encourages us to do finally.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, thank you. Val, where is Central Europe for you?
Well, Rob, from someone not coming from the region, for me, Central Europe is fully integrated into the European Union and NATO. It's very strong allies in NATO, and I'll say that with the security situation in Europe, I'll say even the center of gravity of NATO. From someone that was born in Albania and the Western Balkans, I see that many countries in Southeastern Europe, as soon as they become EU members, they start considering themselves part of Central
Very
Europe.
good, yes.
So that means that going back into the political concepts. So I see Central Europe fully integrated into the European Union with a lot of dynamism, strong political courage of the leaders in important, situations. So that is how I see Central Europe. I would like even to go further and talk about another concept that we're talking nowadays, which is the northeastern corridor. So I'd like here maybe to include the Baltics or the Scandinavian countries that are really, the center of gravity of NATO nowadays.
Right, okay. Thank you all very much. And just on that, very briefly, Putin famously said in 2016 that Russia's borders don't end anywhere. What about Central Europe's borders? Are these borders fixed? When Viktor Orban goes to a football match with a scarf that shows Greater Hungary and what is now Slovakia and Romania and so on, in his mind, with its references to Trianon and so on, the borders of Hungary aren't fixed, perhaps. And I was at the dinner at Prague Castle on Saturday nights, sitting at a table with an Austrian guy who said, yeah, for me, I think maybe Austria and Germany, we can come together again, maybe Austria should become part of Germany again. And I said, maybe don't say that out loud too much at this dinner. Do you think these borders that we see on the map today, that's it? They'll stay the same? Anyone?
Yeah, well, that's it. It will stay.
Okay, for you, yes, they're closed. Ivan?
What matters for me, once again, what Central Europe, be it defined as you have defined it, even without Strudel or not, what is the message with this, which this region is sending out to the rest of the world, if you want? And we can endlessly, once again, be engaged in a discussion about geography, about borders being, defined once forever, and so on and so on. But let's be honest and realistic. If we admit that, for example, Visegrad group could be viewed and identified as a core of Central Europe, could it be? I think that's not very provocative. Then reality is at this moment, Rob, that we are deeply divided within Central Europe. So let's talk politics. And the fact is that because of two prime ministers of Hungary and Slovakia, we are deeply divided, and the very core of Central Europe, which is Visegrad Group, is depriving itself of the leverage by which Central Europe could be a more powerful player within Europe and beyond. Let me say it very clearly and bluntly. Thanks to appeasement attitude towards Russia by Orban and Fico, Visegrad is clinically dead. I mean, let's talk, about the elephant in the room. This is reality. So we can talk about concepts, political concepts and what Central Europe can do and deliver and be something like New Europe. And what reality is that at this historical moment where the whole Europe's security, defense, and destiny is at stake, the most divisive line within Europe is within Central Europe and within Visegrad.
Okay.
So this is what matters most for me when we are talking about Central Europe, about its potential. And definitely, for example, by being critical on this, I want to say that Central Europe has manifested leadership at the most important moment when Russians invaded Ukraine. Without Central Europe, we would not be where we are when it comes to military assistance, without which Ukraine would be dead as well. So at the outset, we have delivered politically, we have mobilized, and we made it clear to the rest of the West that its entire destiny will be decided whether we support Ukraine or not. That's thanks to Central Europe.
Okay, very good. I mean, that's encompassing two questions that I wanted to ask. And we've partly answered them. So let's just go back a little bit. Małgorzata, is Central Europe dead, or in the words of Monty Python, is it just sleeping?
No, Central Europe is not dead.
Sorry, not
Visegrad
Central Europe. Is the Visegrad group dead?
That's a different thing.
Yeah, clinically dead. Yeah.
And yeah, I agree totally. But you know, the concept of Visegrad, where the name come from historical connections between the Czechs, you know,
There's a castle in Hungary, right?
The
castle overlooking
kings
the Danube.
who were meeting there.
Yeah.
And this was it was important part in medieval times, and it's today still, we are there. And I agree totally, we unfortunately, as far as this format now, we cannot use it. But in the same time, what I want to stress is we celebrate this year 20 years in the European Union. So I always compare it to the family with grown-up, you know, children. Then there are no children anymore in the organization. They are really, 20 or old year entities who can speak and have a strong voice. So I wouldn't concentrate so much in the format maybe, but on individual potential of some of these countries. And I think Poland definitely fits into this, especially after the change of the government. You mentioned Prime Minister's problems.
Okay,
we
going
had
back to
the problem with the
politics
whole government
Yeah.
for 8 years. And now I think what we should do, and in this way I think Central Europe or Central Eastern Europe understood as our potential, those who were not contributing that much earlier, is just to speak loudly, to propose, to be active, to demonstrate our strength. Also because from the perspective of others, from one side the US, but from the other side China and Global South, we are perceived as the West.
Yes.
As the Global West, despite the fact we are maybe, for the Western Europeans, at the East. But we are a part of the Global West, and we also have very strong arguments vis-à-vis the dialogue with Global West. For example, the difference is that in this part of Europe, we didn't have colonies. We were colonized, for example, by Russia.
Yeah.
To us, Russia is an imperialistic power, and the country who colonized the neighborhood, right? So we shared this kind of experience jointly, which could be an asset in the global dialogues. I would not concentrate so much on the formats. I would concentrate on individual potential of the countries within much larger formula of the European Union.
Okay, so going back again to something that Ivan mentioned, of course, Ukraine, and the leadership that this region has showed just since February 2022, especially, of course, the Czech ammunition initiative, Poland's very strong stance, and the Baltic states, Slovakia before Fico supplying its entire fleet of MiG-29 aircraft. So really, there is this argument that the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, whether they were former satellite states of the Soviet Union or actual members of the Soviet, occupied by the Soviet Union in the Baltics, they're really driving European policy and NATO policy on Ukraine and kind of dragging a reluctant Western Europe of France and Germany and Spain and Italy with them. Others are quite skeptical about this idea, and they say no, that the balance of the center of gravity is still very much in the big European powers. How does the panel see it, Petr?
What we see
Is your country driving the response to Ukraine?
I understand.
And forcing your allies to react?
Actually, we have our ups and downs and bumps on the road, as almost everywhere. But here it was quite visible. We started as with President who became the icon for the Western world, President Havel. I remember when people like musicians and actors from the United States were coming to have a picture with him. It's the opposite than it is today. The politicians want to have a picture with the musicians.
Yeah.
And we were perceived, Czechoslovakia and then the Czech Republic, as an example for others, how with the Velvet Revolution, with our clear vision to be back in Europe and to bring our experience, which was quite important for our friends and allies in the West to learn what it is to be in authoritarian regime and what it means to have a freedom and how hard it is to win freedom and how easily you can lose it like that if you don't care about it. and don't take care. So I think that we were perceived as an example for others from the political point of view, as a country which was building democracy from the bottom, then as a leader in market economy, showing that our way to somehow actually privatize what was the socialist economy. It's possible, of course, with a lot of mistakes and troubles, but we made it. And actually, the success story was here.
And today?
And today we are, I would say, we are back again, not with such a strength and not in such a romantic position as those who were showing our stories and our heroes, President Havel. But we are back, and I believe that you have mentioned the ammunition initiative and so many other things which we are doing, and some of them are done behind the scene, and we are not showing them because it's better to do it and then to speak about it and to speak about it and don't do it. So I am pretty satisfied and happy with this current situation where we are. Of course, it could. It's, you know, nothing is for granted. You know, we know that we have to do our homework first, because if you really want to be useful partner for our allies in EU and NATO, then we have to clean up first here at home. And that's something what really is pretty worrisome, because when I see that we have here, with our historical experience, for example, with the policy of appeasement and Munich agreement, that we have here so many people who believe that if we give up Ukraine, that the war would end and Mr. Putin will be satisfied. Yeah. This is crazy. Czechs should know better than anyone else that to please evil doesn't lead to anywhere, just to the hell. Okay. We have evil is then, you know, the appetite of evil is growing, and it's more and more aggressive. So let's stop Putin and push him back, and then we can say that we will be living maybe in the peaceful world.
Okay. Val, do you agree with this idea that the center of gravity in Europe has shifted to the east, and it's now these countries represented here today that are driving the response to Ukraine?
I agree that leaders in this region have shown strong leadership, strong political will, have taken skin in the game, also taking risks too, in supporting Ukraine, but also fighting more generally into raising the questions of Russia. And I believe that regions live in neighborhoods. And what we have seen, and so Russia is the main, has been the main security challenge for the region. What we have seen before the second invasion of Ukraine in 2022, we had a regionalized security threat in Europe, where Eastern Europe, Central Europe would look more into Russia as a security challenge, and then in Southern Europe, you had other security challenges. We are seeing more, the countries in Europe coming together also inside NATO, showing a more unified front when it comes to security challenges. And then going back to your previous question about Visegrad, I believe that those were formats and tools that were used to speed up the integration process of the region, the EU and NATO integration process of the region. And there were many countries in Southeastern Europe were trying to replicate. Well, they were not very successful in the replication process, but that was something of the past. What we have now are new initiatives that will drive the region forward, like the 3 Seas initiative that connects the region. It's a population of more than 110 million inhabitants, makes up 25% of European Union. However, it makes up only 13% of the GDP of Europe. So what are the mechanisms to drive forward more economic integration, but also more prosperity for Europe?
Thank you. I can see the clock staring in my eyes, so I want to ask a few questions. First of all, one from Slido for our panel. So where do you see the states of Central Europe in 2030? Is it with or without Mr. Fico, Mr. Orbán, Mr. Babiš, and Mr. Kaczynski? Anybody like to volunteer an answer? Gaze into your crystal ball. Perhaps not what you would like to see. I think what you'd like to see is clear. What do you think?
The answer is so easy and obvious. People will decide about that, whether they are here or not. We may like them or dislike, but people have freely made their choice. In Slovakia, they voted. We have democratically elected prime minister whom I criticize. I disagree with him. He is pursuing a totally irresponsible foreign policy, driving Slovakia into isolation and embracing just Hungary, which is isolated already. But the reality is that we have to respect the result of a free and democratic election. And therefore, the answer is to that question whether we can provide an alternative to him and convince the rest of the country or majority in the country that we are providing a better alternative for Slovakia than it is having now with the prime minister. And the challenge is, I think, not the challenge, the answer to all questions that almost all of them that we are discussing here about Visegrad, about potential of Central Europe and so on and so on, the answers are in our respective countries. It all starts there, whether we can provide something to our people which will be a better alternative than they are when they are expressing their support to populists. Populists like Prime Minister of Slovakia.
Yeah, okay.
So I think let's be realistic on that and let us focus on what matters most for our people, and that's their life at home.
Okay.
It all starts there.
I'm going to ask the same question to Małgorzata and Petr in a minute, but if anybody wants to raise a question using a microphone and your brain and connect it to your mouth, please do. Okay, I'll come to you in 1 second. I will just ask Małgorzata, can you respond very briefly to this idea?
I just wanted to stress one thing. I wouldn't like to put Central or Eastern Europe in the category of troubles or problems with politicians. This is like everywhere. Look at the United States, look at Western Europe, look at what's happening, Italy, France, the Netherlands, name it. So we are not a kind of a special
cases, yeah.
case.
Okay.
That's one thing. Second thing, the question should be about what to do to be able to find solutions to real problems. And the problem is that the main political parties, the mainstream political parties, not do it very well. Let's be very open. And this is why people vote for populists, because people are just desperate, and frustrated. They have huge issues, and then in democracy they can express what they think. As you rightly said, we are all democracy. So if people don't find answers in the mainstream parties, we cannot blame them that they look for alternatives.
Okay,
right?
very good, thank you. Val?
Yeah, I completely agree. What we see in Central Europe, we're seeing throughout the West. So nothing special there. But I completely agree with the fact that I don't like this labeling when we focus just Central Europe on Eastern Europe. And I think there's a lot of narrative that's pushed also from outside actors. Well, think about just a little bit more than 10 years ago, we had the 16+1 initiative that was pushed by Beijing. So kind of trying to drive a wedge between the West or inside the political West. So I agree with Margaret that it's really, it's part of Europe. And some of the issues that we see here, we're seeing them everywhere. It's just that we talk more because there's a more vibrant, a younger democracy. But I will believe that it's more flexible and it's more adaptable because it's gone through so many changes in the last 30 years that it's much more resilient than democracies in the Old West, if we want to call them.
Excellent. So, gentleman over there has a question, and I will again plead for questions. The first person, remind you of the GLOBSEC rules, who says this is less of a question and more of an observation, has to buy drinks for everybody in this room. A question, please, sir.
Peter Shikloshi from Euro-Atlantic Consultancy. No word so far about the economy. The economy is the basis of everything else. Basically the question is, can Central Europe be an economic powerhouse or driver? Because so far, Central Europe is basically the outskirts of Germany in this sense, in the economic
Excellent
sense.
question. Excellent question. Anybody like to?
Well, that's why I
Val?
mentioned initiatives such as three Seas that connect the Baltics, Black Sea, and Adriatic. We still see that there is, not full convergence with the other European countries. I believe that this is one of the most important initiatives when it comes to energy diversification, not only in the region but for all European Union. The second is transportation. We have east-west corridors, and I think we need to look more at north and southern corridors that are very important for development in the future, and also digitalization. So I think those are the three main areas where, by focusing more and attracting more investment in the region, will drive the region forward and get it, have sustainable economic growth, get it closer
Excellent.
to other countries.
Anybody else like to respond to that?
Yeah, from my side, just shortly, I would add to this the potential of the businesses. After 20 years in the single market, I think the businesses from our region grown up and they have very good products and offer, and they are going global. So just mentioning Poland, we have 17,000 companies who do business out of the EU with great success, and they created global brands. So I think that's the momentum to cooperate more between countries of our region and between, not only with the Western partners. And also, if you have a comparison, Poland, Germany, we are neighbors, we cooperate very well, but German economy is in worse situation than the Polish one. So we believe that Poland could be, and other countries of the region, like a new engine in many ways for the economic development of not only Central and Eastern Europe, but also the whole EU.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I want to move on to America, gentlemen, if you don't mind. I say gentlemen because you both represented your countries there. I would wager that never has the Hilton Hotel been so full of Europeans who love America and Americans who love Europe. But it's not always a reciprocal relationship, is it? Obama didn't seem to care much about this part of the world. Trump really didn't care. Is there any evidence that President Harris, if she were to become elected, would feel any different? Peter?
Okay, well, we are here speculating because we don't know what the result of the elections would be.
But we know a little bit about what Trump thinks about the region.
Yeah, well, Trump was married to one Czech lady, and then maybe that's the reason why he has some special relationship with this part of the world. Who knows? And his daughter Ivanka is able to influence him, as we saw it in case of Syria and the attacks of the United States there. So I wouldn't say that Trump is not aware what Central Europe is or what this region means. In case of Kamala Harris, she is vice president of President Biden, and President Biden, he was actually, in what I remember, the first president I know from the United States in my career who didn't start with reaching out towards Russia, showing them the hand instead of fist. All presidents before tried. They were always, coming to their office and offering cooperation to Russia. And even President Bush Jr., he was saying when he looked in the eyes of Mr. Putin that this is a trustworthy guy he can work with. And it was in Slovenia, 2001. And then he had to change his mind. Then Obama came, and there was this reset of policy with Russia, and again reaching out and offering the hand to cooperate. And then he changed his mind because he got the lessons from Mr. Putin, which were quite painful. And Biden, who was his vice president, he was part of it. So he didn't come to Oval Office with this naive approach. He started to be, from the very first day, quite clear and tough.
And do you think that Kamala Harris will inherit that?
As his vice president, she had to be influenced by that, and she is influenced. And I'm sure that there are other people around him, President Biden, and would be around her, who know what Mr. Putin is, what this region means, and how we can cooperate. By the way, Poland is the country which it doesn't matter what government they have a clear view about Russia. In our case, we have some experience with some presidents and politicians who still naively believe that Russia could be the partner without having the lesson first.
Yeah.
I think that Russia needs to be squeezed and taught that
Right. Very good.
partnership is something different than to be blackmailed.
Okay. Ivan, briefly, if you would, also former ambassador to Washington.
Yes. Can I contradict you, what you said?
Please do.
Said in your initial remark. And you said that in this Hilton hotel there are so many of us who love America. That's simply not true.
Okay.
We love, at least I'm speaking on my own behalf, I love my own country. And why I'm saying this? Because I went through presidential campaign, and one of the most mobilizing point was that I love America. I was labeled an American agent. And one politician said about me, your problem is not that you are American agent, because everybody knows that your problem is that you look like American agent. And dear friends, that is our problem of this gathering, of this bubble, that we who are, I think, absolutely right to stress and help maintain transatlantic bonds, but we have to do it in a way that there is not an impression that we do it because we love America. That's not true. That's number one. Now, you asked about Trump or Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about Trump or Harris, and I'm not neutral on Trump, because when I was handing over my credentials to him, he ignored me completely, and he only spoke with my wife. So I'm a bit biased on that. But what concerns me more, dear friends, lovers of America, or I don't know what we are not talking about our own interests as Europeans when it comes to what we want from America. How do we want to maintain transatlantic bond? What is the leverage with which we can talk, on Capitol Hill? Because for them, the American perspective is a bit different as we would like to see it here in Prague and elsewhere. They, rightly so, they're looking at the world through the Chinese perspective. I'm overdoing, but you know what I mean by that. And I believe it's not good for us that at this moment we are talking either Harris or Trump, but that's the decision for American citizens. Rather, I think we should sit and talk as Europeans and try to have at least a common basis. For example, within the European Union, what would be our attitude? What are our expectations? By the way, I'd like to also say that...
Briefly, if you will, Ivan.
Yes. That Ursula von der Leyen, she, presented in her guidelines her vision, as a president before European parliaments. Do you know how many times she mentioned transatlantic relationship? Not a single one. Right. Do you know how many times she mentioned or she used the word defense? 30 times. Right. What I want to say, that whoever wins in the United States, they will be extremely nervous about our own ambition, which I entirely and wholeheartedly support, to create defense union within the European Union. But we must talk and engage with whoever wins in the United States. Otherwise, we start off, this relationship, whether with Harris or Trump, with a bitter, aftertaste. They will be nervous. But I think it's okay that we have our own ambition, but let's talk to them. But we are rather sitting and watching what's going on. On the debate on the 10th of September. But that's not our strategy.
Thank you. 2 minutes and 16 seconds to get to both Małgorzata and Val on this.
Briefly, Poland, of course, traditionally is, I think, the most pro-American society in the EU. But it is because of historical reasons. So we love America because it was for us a symbol of freedom, fight against regimes. So this was why, right? Now we need America, and everybody knows it, because we don't feel secure. So we treat Americans as big brothers who are able, in the moment, if something happens, they are physically able to act. But I think, and my last point is, the best way of loving our ideals and values such as freedom and liberties is to now do work at home in the EU, because looking always at America, it doesn't help really. We were very lazy in accepting that fact that there is this big brother to protect us. Now it's high time to wake up and use this decade at least just to be at least able to take in our own hands our own security. And this way, I think Americans would love it as well.
Very good. Val, final word to you.
Well, just to add to the conversation, I think the war in Ukraine showed that United States and NATO is indispensable for European security, and all the the conversations about European strategic autonomy, I think they have died so far. But I'll talk more about the need to have strategic responsibility of the European Union inside NATO and do more. And so I think what I believe that in both administrations, we can just read the national security strategies of both administrations, and there are some common points that I think that Europeans should take note and look more carefully. We know about revisionist Russia. We know about the concerns and challenges with China, and what Europe should do to have a united front when it comes to China. It's going to be an issue for both any administration in the United States, because it has full bipartisan agreement on how to view China. And then the third point, I'll say doing more in defense budgets.
Okay.
It has been repeated since the very beginning that the Europeans need to take more responsibility when it comes to that. And last point, Indo-Pacific. Look more broadly how the European Union can support also the United States in Indo-Pacific.
Right, thank you very much. The screen is red. I'm sorry, Ivan. We can continue this over a coffee in a second. Thank you. Sorry to my panel. I had one more point, but thank you very much, Peter. In a previous war, of course, Jacques Chirac said that this region had missed a good opportunity to shut up. Ils ont manqué une bonne occasion de se taire, which is something I hear from my own other half, who's from Paris. But it seems that this region will not shut up, and I think we can all be very grateful for that. Thank you once again to my panel. Please give them a round of applause. And please stay in your seats for the next session, which is on climate change. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and welcome the moderator of the next session, Sofia Shevchuk.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sofia Shevchuk, and I'm a climate, gender, and security expert, as well as part of the GLOBSEC Young Leaders program. Thank you, everyone, for coming for a Sunday morning session on climate change. And it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers who are going to join me for the panel named COP29, Green Horizons Navigating Climate Change. Please welcome Elnur Soltanov, a Deputy Minister of Energy of the Republic of Azerbaijan and a Chief Executive Officer of COP29.
Hi, thank you. Which one do we take?
You take whichever one looks at you.
Okay.
Yes. And Ambroise Fayolle, a Vice President of the European Investment Bank.
Where do you want me to sit?
Maybe over there. Thank you, everyone, again for joining us today. And before we start with the panel, I would like all of you to, I hope by now you're familiar with Slido on your app. I would like to start with the question to actually get to know what are your expectations and what do you know already about COP29 and climate change. And this hopefully will also help us to navigate the panel in a way that will be useful for all of you today. Could you share with us in one word, what are your key expectations from COP29? We're going to give you around 1-2 minutes. Progress, realism, solution, action, hope, financial innovation. Oil lobby. Okay, I see 2 words clearly stating out from the word cloud, which are action, financial innovation, and realism. Surprisingly, those exactly will be the things we will be discussing at the panel. So it's similar to the questions that we have prepared. And I would like to start with Mr. Soltanov. Following significant pledges made at previous COPs, right now we hope that COP29 is going to be an action COP. So following and transitioning from the expectations towards concrete actions, you as a host of COP29, what are your ambitions and expectations from COP29? How will you navigate also the countries to make sure that they move from pledges to tangible actions?
Thank you, Sofia, for the question. So let me start with what deliverables we are expecting to have, and then probably move on our engagement strategy, making sure that we have enough time. But again, probably we are going to be open up issues as we progress through this event. So regarding what deliverables we expect, of course, as you know very well, there are 2 major tracks, right? On negotiation track, which is really mandated events passed over to us by UNFCCC, which we are co-leading, right? So sometimes people think and feel that this is Azerbaijani event. It's an international event. It's by the United Nations. And UNFCCC Secretariat is the custodian, of course, of UNFCCC. That is this framework agreement on climate. And at the same time, its extensions, Kyoto and Paris extensions. And what COPs are doing, of course, it's about implementing, defining, redefining so that the promises are being kept in those agreements. And all 3 will be happening at the same time. So they pass over those mandated events to us. Among the mandated events, if I would have the courage to rank them, definitely the first and most important issue was this finance, like NCQG, so-called new collective quantified goal, is the main issue. And I think we will be opening up that issue further as we discuss. Second, probably would be Article 6. Article 6 is very, very crucial thing because it's about really scaling up carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas removal or reduction at the most efficient level globally. And at the same time, it's about really flow of finance, technology, and capacity building from developed part of the world to the developing part of the world. So you basically get the best of two worlds. Third issue would be loss and damage fund. We got very close to that in COP28, but its full operationalization will be very crucial. And at the same time, on negotiation track, probably I would count about 4 work programs that are very, very important. So for instance, mitigation work program, global goal on adaptation, just transition work program, and the outcomes of global stocktake would be the main issues that we have. So if you move to action agenda items, because clever people say that, well, negotiations being negotiations, as you know, in COPs, you need consensus to make a decision, and getting consensus of all 198 or 195 parties is a very difficult and complex process. So clever people invented these action agenda items by COP presidencies. And we appreciate it very much because there at action agenda items, you don't have to have consensus. As long as you have 30, 40, 50 countries, corporations supporting a deal, then you can move on. Why? And the philosophy is, okay, negotiations are fine, but let's make some movement forward. Anything we do, any step we take is a gain for the international community. And it's also basically, I don't want to say this, but you also hedge, right, negotiation process by action agenda items. We have about 14 of them. I would say 14 plus 2 plus 2. 14 by the COP presidency team, of which I'm a part, and also 2 by our high-level champion. And high-level champion, as you know, is dealing with private sector mainly, but non-governmental sector. And also 2 by our youth climate champion. Please blink or do something if I am kind of extending too much my answer, but I will be finalizing it very soon. So among 14, of course, what we do at the action agenda items, we try to create a synergy between action agenda items and negotiated items. So about 3 of the issues out of 14 will be about finance. Mm-hmm. Back to the choices. Excellent choices I think we have made. About 4.5 probably will be about energy issues, greening up and green transition. We have also, and I heard that you are from Ukraine, I think we have this cup truce idea, which we very much like. We will be making a call on everybody to stop and for a ceasefire during COP, just like in Olympics, because we think that even if 1 hour ceasefire is the case, that is good for us, because climate is really important. I think we are going to destroy the world if we continue the way we do. But when it comes to human lives, immediate human lives, climate itself becomes a side issue and becomes a means in terms of saving lives. But at the same time, wars are really very significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. So we have definitely water and agriculture will be top issues among the action agenda items, because water, in fact, is the thing that most of us feel climate crisis through, right? Be it ocean level rise, or like in the Caspian Sea I'm coming from the shores of the sea level decline, or floods, or droughts. So water is everywhere. And if you ask people, usually they would talk about maybe heat waves, forest fires, but throughout the year, the thing we really feel all across the world is water. And water is also related to agriculture. Agriculture is related to food systems, very crucial issue. And at the same time, we have issues related to tourism, digitalization, healthy cities, and human capital. On +2 wise, we have focus on technology disruptors and small and medium enterprises. And also regarding youth climate champion, we have education for youth and children. Because to me, in fact, probably the last nails to the coffin of climate crisis will be dealt by the children that we have right now, not by us. We will be too old by that time. Very briefly about engagement strategy that we have. I think we are engaging the parties at all levels, at bilateral, trilateral, multilateral, intergovernmental level, be it, for instance, Troika with United Arab Emirates and Brazil, be it this bilateral relationship with Brazil, because they happen to be not just the host of the next COP, but also the host of G20, which will be very, very crucial in terms of outcomes of COP29, because their ministerials is something we are using to the full effect. And also, as you know, G20 itself will be on the 18th and 19th of November, which is just in the middle of the COP process, and the outcomes there will be very crucial. G7 platform is being used. Another troika that we have between United Arab Emirates, Azerbaijan, and Brazil is very significant in this regard. Also, we are engaging international organizations, be it the UN system organizations or organizations like International Energy Agency or IRENA. And we definitely also engage all the constituencies, about 9 categories of constituencies that we have in the UNFCCC system, because engagement and inclusivity is really what matters, from indigenous communities and all that. And we basically, to finalize, are ready to use every means that is legitimate and legal to get the deliverables that we are shooting for.
Thank you. I hear from you that there are a lot of ambitions to move actually from those pledges to concrete actions. And Mr. Fayolle, if I switch to you, so hopefully we will be transitioning to actions. And for that we would need a lot of financial commitments. So from your side, as a representative of European Investment Bank, what are your role in making sure that the countries, the multilateral development banks, deliver to the financial commitments that will be needed for us to reach the climate targets?
Many thanks for the invitation. Very pleased to be here for this session. Let me start by saying a few words about what EIB is, because I'm not sure everybody is completely familiar. EIB is a bank. It is a public bank, and it is a European public bank. Actually, it is the Bank of the European Union. What we do is to finance projects, to give guarantees, to do some advisory services, to help finance projects that have a European interest. And of course, the first European target today is that Europe has the ambition to become the first continent to be climate neutral by 2050. And for that to happen, we need a lot of investments. And that's what we do. We have transformed, actually, over the last years, the EIB from being the Bank of the European Union to become the Climate Bank of the European Union. Doesn't mean that what we do is only on climate projects. For example, here, my colleague Robert de Groot was here to discuss how we support investments in the defense industry. But it means that what we do is primarily to support climate projects. And just to give you one figure, last year, 60% of what we have done was in climate and environment projects. That means around 44 billion euros of investment. So we are a big bank, active mostly in Europe, but also a bit outside Europe. And if I can give you 3 examples to show what we do. We are very active in the sector of innovation related to climate, because we know that if we want to make a lot of progress, we need to have innovation. And we have supported, for example, many of the gigafactories for batteries, electric batteries, that have developed in Europe over the recent years. It requires a lot of investment. And it is a very risky business. And this is why you need public institutions. So that's the first thing that we try to do. We could do the same on, we could say the same on hydrogen. We do a lot of support to innovation. The second thing we do is we try to, and there is a word that I find not necessarily easy to understand. It's called the just transition. We need to help those regions, those populations that will suffer from transitioning from, for example, from coal to renewable energy, to help these regions, these populations with upskilling, with reskilling, with making more investment in public transportation, these kind of things that we are doing actually in many countries in Central and Eastern Europe. One project that I could mention is the project that we do in Eastern Germany, to help one of the region phasing out of the lignite coal. And the third thing that we do is we try to be innovative also in the way we finance projects. And for example, actually there are a lot, we are a big bank, but we don't have local presence. For that, to reach, for example, a lot of SMEs in their willingness to develop energy efficiency projects, what we do is we finance banks for banks to finance SMEs. That's what we call intermediary lending. We do a lot of that in Europe, outside Europe, with the objective that it will help certain objectives that are important for the European Union. It can be energy efficiency, it can be renewable energy projects, it can be promotion of youth employment, it can be promotion of women entrepreneurship. So that's what matters for us in terms of financing. Outside Europe, what we try to do in terms of innovative financing is also develop projects like we do in Barbados, which is a debt swap for climate, which is a project where we are going to contribute with the Inter-American Development Bank, another MDB, Multilateral Development Bank, to help the government buy back a bond that actually is very expensive. And with the savings that will happen thanks to this buyback, they will build a new plant for water and water treatment on the island that is absolutely needed if you want to adapt to climate change that is hitting a lot Barbados, like it is hitting a lot of what we call the small island development states.
Thank you. And I want to come back to the financials still and discuss the real numbers here beyond the percentages. We also see that in the world we have a rise of economic competitiveness agenda and also across the EU countries after the elections. Has the EIB strategic outlook changed? Because you mentioned the number of 60%, and I'm sure you're doing your utmost best. But if we are realistic, we would need $1 trillion at least by 2030 in order to meet all the climate commitments. So what are the concrete incentives? How do you collaborate with private sector, with other banks, as you mentioned, with other multilateral development banks? How do you incentivize them to prioritize climate finances?
Let me start by saying the thing that I think it is extremely important that we don't see climate investments as at odds with competitiveness. And to me, many of the climate investments not only are needed, but actually are going to help future competitiveness. And that's why we are so active in innovative projects. Now, you ask what we do. And in terms of volume, yes, the needs are enormous. I always hesitate to give big figures in terms of needs because, you know, then you give the feeling that, okay, let's give up. It's, I prefer to show what we do and what we do more. And actually, for example, in Europe, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a decision has been taken by the European leaders to do what we call an initiative, Repower EU, to speed up investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency, because we want to be independent in terms of electricity production as quickly as possible. And we want to be less dependent on Russian gas. And this is also a way to be competitive. If you can, the same thing that has been put in place with the European Commission for critical raw materials, for example. Now, back to your question on figures. We have 3 objectives, 2 quantitative, 1 qualitative, that we are going to review next year, because the roadmap that we have approved ends in 2025. The first objective is that at least 50% of what we do has to be in climate and environment projects by 2025. And as I said, already last year we were at 60. Now, that doesn't mean that it is easy. That doesn't mean that it's going to be above the 60 in 24 and in 25. It requires a lot of work. And more importantly, what I see in the institution that I've been vice president for the last 10 years is a change in the DNA of the people who do projects. It's not me. And the importance they attach to climate projects. And actually, in terms also of attractiveness of EIB for young talents, climate is absolutely essential. So we need to do at least 50% of our projects in climate. We'll never do 100%. There are other priorities in Europe. I say defense, but also health is a very big priority for us. So the second priority is that by ourselves, we are never going to be enough. What we need to do is to help attract other investors on projects that we finance. And that's what we call the crowding in. And we have an objective of $1 trillion of investments that will be mobilized by our investment by 2030. So it means in the decade, what we call the critical decade, 2020, 2030. So it means around 100 billion euros of investment per year. We are well on track. We are well on track on that. And actually, we do this with other colleagues from multilateral development institutions, also from the private sector. And I must say that without private sector involvement, we will not reach the climate targets. So it's absolutely essential that we find ways to help private sector investors develop their projects. And here, let me give you 2 examples of what we do. One of the problems that private sector face is often the lack of data, especially in projects in middle income and low income countries. And there is one initiative that has been taken by EIB together with IFC, a branch of the World Bank, where we have now all the multilateral development banks and a lot of bilateral national development banks. That is called the GEMS. GEMS is basically a database of recovery rates of projects in these countries. And we share all the data that we have on the projects we finance, and it gives a database that is extremely helpful to the financial institutions. And what we have decided last year was to make this database open. That was actually a request from the G20. This database is now open to everybody. And that is quite helpful for institutions, private institutions, willing to develop their climate investments. And the second initiative is on green bonds. The European Commission has launched a very ambitious initiative that is called the Global Green Bond Initiative. Because what we see is that green bonds are extremely developed in advanced economies, very much in middle income, even less in low income countries. And often it is because it is complex to see actually what a green bond is, how you can develop a green bond market. There are green investments, but you need some booster at the beginning. And this is what this initiative is about, how to help countries, financial institutions in low-income countries, for example, that have not yet these green bond programs, to develop this as part of their strategy.
Thank you. And I would want to move to you, Mr. Soltanov. One of the key deliverables for COP29 when it comes to climate finances, and you already mentioned, was the successful negotiation of new collective quantified goal. Could you share with us more on this goal and how much of the negotiation has been done priorly? Because I'm also seeing all your questions that you're submitting. And there was a question, to what extent there are more negotiations happening prior COP29 and to what extent some of them are happening during the conference already?
Yeah, so NCQG is about this new climate finance goal. As you know, in 2009, there was this agreement about 100 billion to be achieved by 2020. There are different views about whether it has been achieved or not. OECD claims in 2022 we reached 100 billion. Not everybody agrees because there are definitional issues. But for us, really, finance is the backbone of the Paris Agreement. Because what COP28 showed was this global stocktake for the first time expectedly told us about the reality. And reality is we are not on course to end this crisis, right? Because the Paris Agreement talks about remaining well below 2 degrees and pursuing efforts for 1.5. We are overshooting right now. That probably the way, if we continue the way we do, we are going to 2.8 to 3.2 degrees by 2100. So we need to course correction. So this is the idea that came out of the global stocktake. And at the same time, what do you do? So you need to ramp up your action, climate action. But climate action is basically expressed in climate action plans. And we are talking about documents. NDC, nationally determined contributions, are coming probably on top of them. Also LTSs, long-term strategies, but also NAPs, right? National adaptation plans. And BTRs that give you transparency about what is going on, what everybody is doing, because trust and transparency is becoming a very big issue. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say, so reality is grim. You need ramped up action. But what makes us move from reality to ramped up action is really so-called means of implementation that Paris Agreement calls them. And there are 3 means of implementation: finance, technology, and capacity building. And of course, money is the most important all the time. So if you take out finance, then the entire architecture of global climate negotiations and action really collapses. So for us, therefore, Baku will be make or break COP, very significant one. And also when you look at UNFCCC, not maybe Kyoto, but also Paris Agreement, what makes collectivity or what keeps this collective environment is really finance. It ties the situation together because it's developing and developed world dichotomy that we have. What brings them together is this very weird relationship between level of development and your capability of tackling climate crisis. But somehow the countries that are developed and therefore have the means to tackle climate crisis are the countries that developed by emitting a lot of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, right? And then there comes the issue of equity and fairness, because there are countries like small island developing countries, as you mentioned, who contribute less than 1% to global greenhouse gas emissions, but they have the danger of losing their entire countries. Or African continent that contributes less than 4%, but most of the climate vulnerable countries are there. So, right? But finance makes them come together, and therefore collectivity, to make sure that we have collective and bold action, finance is crucial. And without collective and bold action, situation is gone. So NCQG for us is this. And as you mentioned, there are different calculations, and one of the most reliable tells us that developing countries need about $2.4 trillion till 2030, annually speaking, and about 1 trillion of that should be coming from outside sources. So what we are doing right now, when we had discussions, especially Bonn Climate Conference was very crucial. As you know, it's referred to as mini-COP. It happened in June. Regarding NCQG, there wasn't much development, to be honest with you. Yes, we had about 60-something long page draft document. It went down to 30-something page long document. It was shortened about twice. But at the same time, that shortened version is not about landing zones. It's not about consensus. More than that, it was really expression of different views about what this issue should be. And there was no number, by the way, because although we call it a quantified goal, as we work on this issue, we understand that quality of it will be as important, because sometimes 2 different sides come up with the same number, but the qualifications they attach to the same number is so different, then you say that, okay, it's about as much about quality as it's about quantum. I don't know whether we are going to be able to increase it 2-fold, 3-fold, 5-fold, 10-fold. That qualifiers that are attached will be as important. And we are very careful not to go beyond this framework of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, because sometimes new definitions certain parties are bringing to the table, it really shakes the foundation. So it creates, in a sense, constitutional crisis, if you like, right? So we don't want to do that. We are not ready for another climate agreement. So we need to stay within that. But to achieve that will be very important. We are pushing every side, every party in that direction, because of that, we actually organized a retreat in Azerbaijan. We took the negotiators to the beautiful corner of Azerbaijan, fed them beautiful, great Azerbaijani food, so that we could bring them together. And to be honest with you, with NCQG, together with NCQG, we pay almost as much attention to Article 6, because Article 6 is also essentially about finance, flow of finance from one part of the world to the other part of the world. We also are going to utilize UNGA meetings on the sidelines of UNGA. We will be present. We have been to London Climate Week, New York Climate Week for us will be very important. G7 was important, but G20 ministerial will be as important. In October 9, we have this ministerial level because technical experts and negotiators are fine, but you need to politicize this issue and upwards. So we are going to have ministerial on the 9th of October of climate and finance ministers. And also we have pre-COP on the 10th and 11th of October, which is really final preparation for the COP event. But also, as I said before, G20 platforms are utilized fully. We have this established task force over there. They have very important ministerials of finance ministers and environment ministers. So we are pushing very hard. And to be honest with you, Sophia, also this NCQG, so in Bonn Climate Conference, we did not make much progress in terms of mitigation work program either, which is very crucial because at the end of the day, I think I'm not mitigation-centric or adaptation-centric. We are going to talk about that. To me, both of them are really simultaneously important. But mitigation at the end of the world is something that will stop this process, right? But there wasn't much development regarding mitigation. Why? Because there wasn't much development regarding finance and NCQG. So unless NCQG, why do we say that it's litmus test and break or make it? Because finance goal-wise, unless we improve our situation, I think other issues will also be very much influenced by that. So therefore, we are optimistic. I think we do see that the sides are very, very constructive. They are very polite, which is to us the first instance, first condition for eventual and consequential outcomes. We are very hopeful that we are going to be having, as we say, fair and ambitious NCQG. That is taking into consideration needs and priorities of developing countries. And that also is really 1.5 aligned. So sometimes they ask me, how much money are we talking about? I mean, we are talking about the amount of resources, financial resources, that will be aligned with 1.5 goal, because that's the ultimate aim that we are seeking.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, Mr. Fayolle, and I think I also want to pick up some of the questions that are being submitted by the audience. What are your ambitions in terms of delivering towards climate finances, and maybe also not only within the EU, but beyond the EU, since we already started talking about developing countries, and there are some questions about the global south. 90% of all investments from EIB, at least that's what I'm reading here, are spent within the EU. To what extent are you ready to start financing projects outside the EU? And also, to what extent are you ready to take the risk and incentivize the private sector to go and invest beyond? Because we would need the global south countries to achieve the climate transition and to get under 1.5.
Can I say one word on what the minister said? Because there is one point that Minister Soltanov made that I think is very important. Climate mitigation remains absolutely essential. Climate adaptation is very important, but the day the level of temperature has risen so much that you are beyond the target that you said, I'm afraid there will not be too much to adapt. So adaptation is essential because climate change is already there, and that's what it is measuring. But I would not stress enough the importance of speeding up investments to help climate mitigation. Now, that being said, what can we do? I mean, what we do, I gave a few examples of what we do outside Europe. Actually, outside Europe, what we do is also a lot of projects that, you know, climate change is global. So a lot of what we do inside Europe, we do the same actually outside Europe. The same kind of project. And I will give you one example. When you talk about climate and environment, a key sector that the minister said at the beginning is water. And if we don't find ways to keep water on Earth, you can have all the investments you want in climate-friendly investments. That will not be sufficient. In Jordan, there is a big project that we are now implementing that is putting in place a pipeline of water from Aqaba to Amman, the capital of Jordan. And that is using seawater from Aqaba that we are basically treating. You take the salt off. There is a plant over there that is actually functioning with green electricity, with solar panels. And that will bring you through a pipeline to the city of Amman that is short of water. These kind of projects are actually having a huge adaptation part because you are adapting to. But this is even more important, projects that are going to help the population of a country like Jordan live in better conditions thanks to the support of, we are not at all alone in this project, it's a big project. This is the kind of things that we try to do. We have created a branch of EIB that is dedicated to specific projects outside of Europe, and we think that's going to help us meet the problems that promoters of projects, that authorities are meeting outside of Europe. One last word. What we try to help also in is to help with technical assistance, capacity building. We have a huge experience. We are a bank of engineers. We have a huge experience also of the mistakes that we have made in other projects. And that we try to help also not to replicate those mistakes in other geographies or in other projects. So we try to help the most we can, and we try to do that with our fellow partners from the multilateral development banks and other development institutions, because the worst would be that we are competing. Actually, no, we are cooperating among ourselves.
Thank you. And since we're almost running out of time, if there is anyone who still has a question, please do submit them. I would ask you about the access to finances, because you both mentioned mitigation, adaptation, you mentioned the loss and damage fund. And the question will be to both of you, the same one. To what extent or what can we do in order to make sure that those who are suffering the most and those who are the most vulnerable, that they get access to these finances? Because we talk about trillions, millions, billions of euros, but those who suffer the most, they continue suffering and they do not get access to that money. So I understand you sit quite high level, but maybe there is an extent to what you as CEO of COP29 and you as representative of a big bank could do to make sure that those who are in need, they will get the access to the money. I'll start with you, Mr. Soltanov.
Yeah, I think we are back to the question of mitigation and adaptation one more time. And I totally agree that when we talk about, for instance, that, oh my God, the world could be destroyed, I don't know, by 2100. The world is already destroyed for certain communities right now, right? So when you go to small island developing countries, when you go to coastal communities in Pakistan, when you go to mountain communities and you talk about this, what could happen 50 years from now, they are surprised. Their world is already almost gone, right? So therefore, adaptation is very important, but adaptation is not just about throwing money to a problem. It's about climate resilient development. How do we make sure that they are developing their economies in a way that will withstand these continuous onslaught of the climate crisis that we ourselves generated? So in that sense, and as you know, I mean, some other numbers, there was great agreement in COP28 about going beyond doubling the climate adaptation funds that we have, that we agreed at COP26. Currently, we estimate that adaptation amount is, so there's a disbalance in terms of climate finance vis-a-vis adaptation and mitigation. We have about $21 billion probably going in the direction of adaptation, but estimates show that by 2030, each year we need about $300 billion. And especially, again, we are talking about LDCs, which is also reflected in the Paris Agreement, and small island developing countries, African countries, and the countries that did not much in terms of the crisis, right, historically and currently, but are really suffering the most. So this is not even functional issue in terms of keeping this collectivity alive, because those countries will leave this collective action unless they really start receiving things. In a sense, compensation, but again, I want to one more time emphasize that more than compensation, this should be about climate resilient development. So this is very, very crucial, I think, moral responsibility that we have, but also functional responsibility, as I said, in order to keep this collectivity alive. In that sense, loss and damage, conceptually speaking, is different. Like Paris Agreement would tell you that it's conceptually different than adaptation per se, but it's also talking to the same sensitivities that we have. And we, as you know, gathered around less than $1 billion during COP28, and it went very close to getting operationalized, but it's not happening. So we attach a lot of importance, as I said, like if we rank then loss and damage fund for us, and it's full operationalization, and so that it starts delivering and dispersing money. And also it has sustainable base. I mean, you cannot solve these problems with about $700 to $800 million, will be one of the crucial goals that we have. The third board meeting of the Loss and Damage Fund actually will be in Baku this September. And we expect and we are pushing and we are galvanizing our parties and non-party stakeholders in order for us really to make sure that it's operational. So we are moving in that direction very fast. And for us, again, we don't prioritize really between mitigation and adaptation. And definitely we look at it as in a sustainable development of the economies for long-term onslaught of the climate crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Fayolle.
On my side, I would say two things, and we are not part of the negotiation, so very much interested in the success of those negotiations. But this is the European Commission who is negotiating for the European Union. I would say two things. One, there was a very interesting summit in Antigua in the summer. Where small island and development states met to discuss their problematics, and actually you see how much support they need, not only financially but also in terms of technical assistance, support, etc. And there is one example that I would give you where we have decided that probably this is a country that has not the capacity to borrow, but still we are going to help them in assessing projects and how they can just survive, because this is in some countries in the Pacific the situation. In Kiribati, where they will probably need to move the population from one island to another one, where they are thinking of, could we develop a port activity in another place where it is now, etc. These kind of things we can help with technical assistance support. We can do that because of the specificities of the country, because also of the importance for European Union of the Pacific Island. But clearly we need to find ways to make sure that those countries that have less financial means or more budgetary constraints, they can have this, what we call the blending. So you mix grant and lending resources. We can, thanks to our AAA rating, we can lend at very cheap rates. That combined with grants from donors or the European Union, that can help to make acceptable conditions. But what I would add is there are vulnerable populations not only outside Europe. There are vulnerable populations also inside Europe. And that's why we stress a lot the support to regions that have more to do to decarbonize, to move to the green transition. And that means more projects to be financed, more support to upskill people. That, to me, is absolutely essential.
Thank you. I see we are almost running out of time, and I would want to finish it on a hope message. So I would ask my speakers to, if you could, one sentence of hope before COP29. So we have a lot of young people in the room, and I would want to leave it. I mean, there are a lot of complications, there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of barriers, and we could talk about this more and more. But one message of hope to the audience when it comes to
I think climate sensitivity started with the international civil society, right? So if you think of international community as composed of civil society, political entities, and economic entities, it started with civil society, especially scientific community, started to warn us about the problems that we have. And in 1992, we saw the joining of hands of political community with international societal organizations, right? So what we have is international society and civil society and state systems, international sovereign state system joined hands. To me, the crucial point about our age is that the third force, the economic force, market forces are also coming to join hands. And this is the most crucial issue. Because usually you have civil society and political system to push forward because market forces are not there. I mean, yes, in many cases, I think greening up is becoming competitive, but not everywhere, and everybody could be benefiting from that. So the push of civil society and state system is important to make sure that marginal difference in terms of competitiveness is compensated, and the coming of market forces is speeded up. Because as soon as they come, I think we can leave the train, and it will be just moving forward to solve this problem. Otherwise, we are in deep trouble because I agree when we talk about finance, public finance, it's only there to unlock the private finance because public finance cannot solve the problem alone. So in that process, I really do believe that we need realism. I definitely agree with action and finance. And realism is definitely important, but also I think importance of idealism. I think this is really about, I was talking to you, I mean, sometimes we say that it's kind of cheesy to talk about saving the world, but you understand that this is about the world, and I cannot emphasize enough of innovative ways of making sure that this, again, market forces are joining us as soon as we can bring that about. And to us, therefore, the involvement of youth and the involvement of children will be very, very crucial. As I said before, to me, we are starting the process. We are lagging behind, but we are trying to catch up. But we are very much willing to pass over the banner to young minds and creative minds, as I said before, to put the last nail on the coffin of climate crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Frill, one sentence, because I think people are craving some coffee here.
Yes, one sentence, because the minister was very precise. What makes you optimistic? We have set very ambitious targets for us. What we see is we are ahead of what we expected to be today. And this is what I see in many institutions, many financial institutions. That makes me optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And please join me in applauding the speakers for sharing their time and expertise with us. As already mentioned, right now we will have a short coffee break, but please be back to the room at 11 for the chat about facing terrorism in Africa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Paula Martinez.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today. My name is Paula Martinez, and I am part of the GLOBSEC Young Leader cohort. In real life, I am an information environment analyst at NATO's military strategic headquarters in Belgium, where I specialized in Middle East and Sahel information spaces. The Sahel, the Horn of Africa, have become in recent years the center of gravity for global terrorism. After the groups such as the Islamic State lost the territorial hold of the Middle East, we have seen a shift of these groups into the African continent. This not only highlights the transnational nature of terrorist groups, but it also reflects how the terrorism is an enduring global threat for global security, including that of the Euro-Atlantic area. So today's chat is very important, and without further ado, I would like to please introduce to the stage our distinguished guest, Ahmed Abdi, Member of Parliament and Secretary of the Somali Defense Committee. Ahmed.
Pleasure.
Just some initial housekeeping rules. We highly encourage the participation of the audience. You can do it through Slido, or I will also open the floor for you. You can raise your hands, and the mic will be handed to you to ask the questions. Ahmed, I'm very pleased to have you here today and for you to share your long expertise in counterterrorism in Somalia. You are the Secretary of the Somali Defense Committee, Member of Parliament. Previously, you were the Director General of the Ministry of Defense and International Security. In 2011 and until 2014, you were the Counterterrorism Coordinator in the region of Somaliland. This long dedicated experience in countering the terrorist threat in Somalia, I want to learn from it. Where does your country stand today in the fight against terrorism? What are its main challenges?
Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, I would like to thank GLOBSEC for organizing this wonderful conference and full of ideas. I want to thank the Czech Republic people for their hospitality and welcome. And I want to thank Konrad Adnock and Smishit Kas group for inviting us into this program as an East African community. A great thanks to them. If I go to your specific question, Somalia has been at the epicenter of fighting terrorism in the Horn of Africa for the last 18 years. Since the collapse of the central government of Somalia, what came next was warlords. What came next was Islamic Courts Union, a religious group that took the power from the warlords that was controlling along the city of Mogadishu and many parts of the country. Al-Shabaab was a military wing of the Islamic Courts Union. They came to prominence in 2006 when Ethiopia came to Somalia with the aid of the Somali federal government. That gave them a popularity because of the historical facts between Somalia and Ethiopia. There was a lot of recruitment that our country is going to be invaded by Ethiopia, hiding behind a nationalistic favor, as well as some Islamic thoughts that are contrary to the teachings of Islam. Yes. We have been fighting with Al-Shabaab for the last 18 years. It's one of the most and the richest terrorist organizations in the globe that collects taxation of around $280 million a year, more than what the federal government of Somalia technically collects. That money is through extortion, as well as threat to the lives of the Somali businessmen, the ports, the airports, everywhere in the country. So Somalia has been at that center for quite a long time. Al-Shabaab took the lead in also attacking our regional neighbors, places like Kenya, Uganda, terrorist activities have taken place. The latest and most audacious terrorist attack was a month and a half ago at the Lido beach, where they have killed a huge number of people and decimated quite a number of others as wounded. So we've been fighting with this. African Union came to our aid through ATMIS. Regional governments organized themselves to defend the territory of Somalia from terrorism, as well as to mind their own business, because at the end of the day, if Somalia is not stabilized, then eventually they will pay the price, the regional governments. Internationally also they will pay a price. So in terms of Somalia, we've been fighting with that terrorist organization. How did that, where are we today in terms of fighting Al-Shabaab? We have a lot of international partners, and that includes the European Union, the African Union, the United States, UK, and many of the international community. Many of these programs that are helping to rebuild the Somali security forces. Remember, Somalia was under sanctions, arms embargo for the last 25 years. It has just been lifted on December 24, I think, of 2023. So we are in a better position. The current government has come up with ideas on how to address the issue of taking the war to Al-Shabaab, as well as taking advantage of local clan militias in certain parts of the country. 3 pillars. 1 is to fight the enemy directly. 2, to stifle their resources. 3, to fight them with ideological factors. So those are the 3 elements that the government has currently employed. SNA, the Somali National Army, is just getting the confidence to fight against Al-Shabaab. We are talking an organization that holds 2/3 of the territory of Somalia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And I would like to go back to the part of the African Union. You talked about the threat of terrorism having the effects of spillover and generating regional instability. So for that, the support of international partners, it is very important. Recently, it was announced that the African Union mission in Somalia will withdraw by end of December 2024. I would like to ask you, what is going to happen afterwards? The Somali government has expressed concern about the tempo of the withdrawal of this mission that could lead to security vacuum that could be eventually exploited by terrorist groups. What are the challenges of international forces withdrawing at this particular moment?
In reality, ATMIS, the team that's
transition.
currently stationed, African Union Transmission Mission that's currently operating in Somalia in forward operating bases, protecting the major cities as well as critical infrastructure within Mogadishu, is supposed to expire on the 31st of December 2024. An alternative needs to be brought onto the table. I don't believe our government is also aware of that, that all the forces will leave Somalia. There is going to be a replacement of that force. Currently, the Somali government has proposed an idea of an organization called AWESOME, which will replace ATMIS. The composition, there are 4 critical factors that needs to be agreed to before December 31st. 1 is the composition of the force. Where will this force come from? That will replace ATMIS. 2, what is the size of the force that will replace ATMIS? The 3rd is the mandate. What is their mandate? Are they for protection purposes, or are they going to be a force that fights directly with Al-Shabaab? 4th is the finance. Currently, EU supports ATMIS to a large tune, to the extent of supplying all the equipment, rations, logistics, the whole lot, as well as the salaries of the African Union forces that are stationed in Somalia. We're grateful to the EU. They have been doing this for a long time, but I think they have come to a point where they are reassessing their assessment and saying others should also take the burden. Somalia has proposed through the UN resolution of 2719 that funds should come from the assessed UN funds. But there are some major nations that are against that idea. I don't know why. I'm not in the executive branch, but that is so those 4 points are still being worked out. We know the number that's going to replace ATMIS will be 12,000.
12,000 new soldiers.
New soldiers.
What is the current number of ATMIS
13,000 and something.
30,000.
13, 1-3.
1-3. Okay.
So the force that will replace is 12,000. There is a contentious issues that everybody needs to keep in mind. Somalia does not want Ethiopia to be part and parcel of the next forces that will be stationed in Somalia. For a number of reasons,
Yes.
The desire of Ethiopia to take or seize a land at the Red Sea by signing an illegal MOU with a regional part of Somalia called Somaliland. That has angered the Somali federal government and every Somali citizen. And Somalia doesn't want Ethiopia, but Ethiopia also is highly entrenched deeply within the states of Somalia, where they control quite a number of the states in terms of their securities. So that needs to be worked out gradually. We currently have Egypt that's offering some resources as well as some air support, I guess. That hasn't materialized yet, but there is still some contentious issues to be worked out in the next 6 months.
So you talk about the role of the EU in supporting counterterrorism operations in Somalia. Is there a role for NATO?
Absolutely. I mean, EU and NATO have been acting in Somalia in particular, as well as in the Sahel region, quite effectively. The mandates, there are 4 missions, EU missions in Somalia. One is EU CAP, that deals with maritime issues. Then you have EU NAFO, that is on the sea, specifically for piracy. The third one is EUTM, the training mission in Somalia. Those missions, some of them are effective, some of them need to be reviewed in terms of the mandate. Things like EU NAFOR, I believe that the mandate is not in the interest of Somalis, just only to protecting piracy. 90% of illegal weapons come through the sea through Yemen. So if the mandate of the EU NAFOR does not cover other activities that are detrimental to the safety and stability of Somalia, then perhaps that mission needs to be reevaluated. EUTM has done an excellent job in professionalizing the Somali military as well as police force. But they also have some downside issues, which are you can only train, but you cannot provide weapons, which is what has happened in the Sahel region. Majority of the EUTM trainings only concentrate on Berber and training individuals from conscripts all the way to a higher level within the ranks of the military, but not providing also the other enabling forces, force enablers. Then perhaps it will be futile. And that's what has given Russia an advantage to provide the weapons to many of these regions closer. I'm bringing them closer together. I know EUTM mission is has already finished in Mali.
Yes.
The DRC one is up for renewal very soon. I'm not too sure what the EU is considering on those parts. But the one in Somalia stays, and they've been doing a very good job. I hope the mandates will be reviewed to the interest of Somalis as well to provide some other means. Yes.
Regarding growing Russian influence in the Sahel, will the Russians prevail in the Sahel? Because certainly they're offering counter-insurgency support to Sahel juntas, but they're as well suffering losses. They recently suffered a very big one, the biggest one of the Wagner group until now in the Sahel theater. Are they going to prevail? Are they going to succeed?
Well, I think time will tell if they will succeed, but currently they're providing weapons as well as resources that are required. They're not providing, Russia is not providing any of these for free. They're taking the resources of these countries to get in return. Places like Sudan, where the goal has become something of an interest to Wagner Group. Places like Chad, Mali, Niger, many of these countries have got deep resources when it comes to, but they're still underdeveloped. So, I mean, the intent of Russia is to provide security to the best of their ability and take the resources. So nothing is for free. Geopolitics shifts from one corner to the other. That's the Sahel region. When it comes to Somalia, I highly doubt, because they're not there. We still rely on the Western support. We greatly appreciate for the work that they have done in Somalia. They are not there, but on the Red Sea, you fully know, I think I'm aware or aware that what's going on in the Red Sea is a geopolitical tension and supremacy for the powers of this universe, as well as middle powers who are also interfering a lot of affairs within those countries. So time will tell if they will succeed. We're not too sure yet, but I hope the international or the Western nations do not give up on those countries.
Certainly.
That's the message that I'm conveying. Yes.
Regarding not giving up, and this will just be my last question, and I will give the floor to the audience. I want to talk about perceptions. There's this image that really was amplified on social media and mainstream media during the coup in Niger, which was local populations holding Russian flags at the entrance of the French embassy. Is that something that we see in reality? Are we seeing the West losing the battle of the public state in the Sahel countries?
Well, I mean, taking a note of balakards and words that have been circulated around in video, I think the West is losing the war on information. They have done a great job in Mali, Niger, and many of these parts of the country, but nobody's aware to the extent the local public are not aware of what has been done in those areas. So I think the information warfare is quite working in that part, and I think Russia is also very good at that when it comes to propagating information that's not right. Obviously, the continent produces 11 million people a year who are job seekers. Majority of these countries are not developed quite well, and people are tired of the current systems, so they're looking for other venues and things that perhaps may change the local context rather than worrying about the geopolitical power struggle around the globe. So at the end of the day, I think it also boils down to the extent of all the problems that are faced by Africans within Africa.
Yes. I would just like to take one question that we got from the audience. What is an effective strategy to sustainably tackle terrorist organizations? Tough question.
Well, that's a hard one, but let me begin by saying that security of obviously I'll raise a couple of points. One, that security and development in the Sahel region or in the Horn of Africa cannot be definitely separated. If there is no development on the ground, then security will not be attainable. And that helping those countries achieve security is integral and enabling their economies to grow and poverty to be reduced, which less attracts many of the younger people who are wasting their lives and energy, either through terrorism or through other illegal activities, or for that matter, human trafficking,
piracy,
migration. Many of those things will stop if many of these countries have got some form of a development. Africa still holds 40% of world's natural resource, 30 to 40. That's what I read on the newspapers. I'm not too sure. We don't even know what is in the underground, but perhaps maybe the Europeans or the Americans know what's in that underground. And obviously, if that's developed, then perhaps we'll have a better chance of getting some form of jobs. The second point I will raise is that achieving security and development in the Sahel or in proper Africa is only possible through closer regional cooperation. That's currently weaker than it is. Because of the colonial tensions, the border disputes, many of these regional states have their own problems with each other. So mitigating those problems and coming up with a regional solution for terrorism and many of the other activities will be highly desirable, I guess. That also will be the third one. All the states of the region will benefit from considerable capacity building. Democratization is very low. Political interference in many parts of the world many countries of the world in Africa is quite huge. And that needs also to be stemmed, both in areas of core government when it comes to capacity building, including the provision of security and development activities, democratization, institutional building. We have weak institutions throughout Africa that are not capable to challenge either the government or any other institutions. They have not been doing their jobs properly. There's no separation of powers when it comes to the executive, the legislative, as well as other factors of the government. Fourthly, I think the EU in particular, because we are in the EU, I think has an important role to play in encouraging economic development for the people of Africa and helping them achieve more a secure environment in which it can take a place and in which interests of the EU citizens will also be protected. You have in Sudan 6.5 million internally displaced people that are very close to the migration routes to Europe. And if the problems of those countries is not being solved, then we definitely will expect a huge influx of these refugees coming through to the European Union. I understand Europe is quite busy on what's happening at the doorsteps of Ukraine, but you cannot also ignore many of the factors around the globe, the wars that are going on, in particular Africa. The Red Sea issue is quite critical. EU is a trading nation. That route is becoming very difficult to travel on. The insurance is becoming too much. The commodities that are being brought into for the other countries is also quite expensive. So something needs to be done on the geopolitical interests, the mix between Houthis and Al-Shabaab, which runs around the corner between the two sides. The coordination that they already had before, which was Houthis supplying weapons to Al-Shabaab, Al-Shabaab in return, having a good relationship, but that has elevated recently. There's a closer coordination. Somalia, we have seen drones that have been used by Al-Shabaab currently. They have not taken it forward yet, but there are existing drones that they have. That's what the intelligence tells us. And that technology has been imported from, obviously, Yemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us today. Certainly, what is going on in Africa is it's of importance to us. We just keep receiving more and more questions, which unfortunately we're going to be unable to tackle today. But I thank you for all attending this talk. I thank you, Ahmed. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure indeed. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. That's it?
Yes.
You finished?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Alena Kucko.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with us. And I would like to welcome on stage straight away Vahan Kostanyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for coming. It's a long trip for you, but we appreciate you being here and being open to share your perspectives. The theme of the conference today is Taming the Storm, and Armenia definitely has been in the center of rather strong storms over the past couple of years. There seems to be a change in foreign policy of Armenia. What we see from here is that Armenia is increasingly trying to pivot away from Russia. Definitely, there seems to be a feeling that the relations with Russia did not work out, and there seems to be a stronger pivot towards the Western countries and desire of Armenia to develop other partnerships, both in terms of security, but also economy. We see that in terms of Russia, Armenia already said that you are suspending your membership in the Collective Security Treaty Organization. You already, for example, removed the Russian border guards from the airports in Armenia. And on the other hand, we see statements from Armenian officials that there is desire to move much faster and much closer towards the European Union. Can you share a little bit with your thinking on this change and which way you would like to go?
Well, first let me say that I think that we are still in a storm, which makes us work harder to diversify our international relations and the foreign policy of Armenia. And if I try to sum up in one word what Armenia is doing and what is the foreign policy of Armenia right now, it's to diversify, aiming to protect the sovereignty, international borders of Armenia, but what is also not less important, the democracy of Armenia. The history of starting from our independence shows that dependence on one party brought us to the situation that we had to face during the last couple of years, and I mean from security point of view, from economic point of view, from different dimensions and aspects. And now we are eager to deepen our relations with different partners, starting from European Union and United States to India and Middle East. Of course, the value-based cooperation is one of the priorities for us, and that's why the cooperation with European Union and the United States has crucial importance. And this is not only the belief and priority for the government of Armenia, but also this is a bottom-up approach, because the people of Armenia, our citizens, have European aspirations, and the government of Armenia is there to realize these aspirations.
Thank you so much for that. Let's unpack it piece by piece. When we're talking about the European Union, what is the level of your ambition? What would it mean in practice? What you are trying to achieve, and what you think is the European Union ready to offer to you in the foreseeable future?
Thank you for the question. So a year ago, Prime Minister of Armenia, during his speech in the European Parliament, announced that Armenia is ready to get closer to European Union as much as European Union will find it appropriate. So later during the year, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia announced that we are considering to apply for the candidacy for the European Union. What I would suggest to do a small exercise and imagine that Armenia applied for candidacy tomorrow. What is the reaction coming from the European Union? Unfortunately, it's not clear for us at the moment, because, you know, European bureaucracy is rather difficult with 27 member states. But in the same time, I would say we are quite happy with the dynamics that we have with the European Union. Currently, we're negotiating new partnership priorities to add to a CPA agreement, comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement that we have. And the first time, we're going to have a security component between Armenia and European Union. So just recently, the European Union adopted the package for European Peace Facility will be granted to Armenia. We are starting a visa liberalization dialogue, and we do believe that we don't have much time to waste and we need to speed up. And each of these components is bringing additional confidence that the European future of Armenia is possible.
Indeed, you mentioned that Armenia wants to speed up. There's feeling also in Europe that there's historic window of opportunity. There's definitely changed perspectives in countries like Armenia, where there is more realization about the dangers of depending on Russia as the primary provider of security, but also economic security. So the EU is trying to capitalize on that as well. You are talking about closer economic relations with the EU, visa liberalization. At the same time, Armenia is still member of the Eurasian Economic Union, right? Exactly. How does that fit into the thinking that you can have closer partnership with the EU? Are those two compatible? Do you have to choose at some moment in time?
We're talking with our European partners how we can raise the standards of the goods produced in Armenia so that we can compete in the European market. And in the same time, we do believe that some special procedures can be applied right now with the preferential tax mechanism provided to Armenia so that we can enter the European market. We used to have this GSP Plus system previously, but unfortunately it's not working right now. But we are working with the European partners to diversify not only the foreign policy of Armenia, but also the economy of Armenia. It's not an easy job to do, and it's not possible to do in one day, because we have a free market in Armenia, and it's difficult to change the habits of our business community and to change the markets that they used to work in one night. But we are working on this very closely with our European partners and also with our American partners. An April 5 summit between Armenia, United States and EU, which happened in Brussels, and this was an extraordinary event for us. It has a very big highlight on the economy and raising the economic resilience of Armenia and helping Armenia to direct its export to new markets.
There's a question that we have from the participants, and it's about whether your shift towards the West represents a 180-degree shift in foreign policy. And probably to elaborate a bit more on this question, how far are you ready to break away from Russia? You mentioned economic dimension as well, but if you look at the numbers, actually exports to Russia have been grown over the past years. There's also a number of re-export through other countries to Russia. So Russia still seems to be a very important economic partner for Armenia. How are the relations working there?
We are not diversifying our foreign policy and economic policies because of Russia. We are diversifying it because of ourselves and the understanding and belief that we need to change the Soviet-style economy. We need to raise the standards of our market, and this is with the aim to raise the prosperity of our citizens. Because at the end of the day, every government is trying to deliver the best for its citizens, from very and pure political views even, to be re-elected. And we believe that
well, Armenia has like 12% GDP growth last year, which is unprecedented for many countries.
It did, but so the government of Armenia put ambitious plan to have at least 7% of the growth of GDP every year. And with time passing by, and with the sanctions, and with the policies that the government adopted not to create space for circumvention of sanctions, it's becoming more and more difficult. So that we need to not only change the market, but upscale the economy, that we have to change the standards. And here, the choices that we are making and the policies that we are implementing are much aligned with the Europeans.
Economic relations are important, yet it seems that for both your relations with the European Union, potentially also relations with Turkey, there is one issue that you still need to solve. There is pressure on Armenia to make sure that you find a way to have a peace agreement with Azerbaijan, and that would definitely make easier your economic relations with other countries as well. Can you give us a little bit of your insights? Where are you in negotiations with Azerbaijan? Do you think that there is going to be an agreement coming soon? And potentially, what are the outlines of the agreement?
Just 2 days ago, Armenian side shared with Azerbaijani colleagues the 10th draft of a peace treaty, which we have been negotiating for already more than 2 years. And we were always sincere in our statement, saying that Armenia is really interested in peace in the region and is ready to close the cycle of violence in our region. We do believe that it is possible to conclude the peace treaty and sign it till November, basically till COP29. And here probably I should remind the August audience that Armenia supported the Azerbaijani candidacy for COP29, and that was a confidence-building measure. So now what we did, we have almost agreed, 95% agreed text for the peace treaty. And if there is sincere political win on Azerbaijani side as well, we do think that this is realistic to finalize the peace treaty. And our dimensions, which are not less important, it's the opening of communications in the region. And being a landlocked country, we are the ones who are really interested in the opening of communications, because we believe that not only Armenia, but South Caucasus in general could play a very important role, taking into account the changes of logistical chains and maps in the world. And the government of Armenia introduced an initiative called Crossroads of Peace, suggesting our neighbors to open the communications based on the sovereignty and jurisdiction of the states, and based on the principles of reciprocity and equality. We are ready to relaunch and reestablish the railway communication with Azerbaijan, but also with Turkey. And with Turkey, we used to have this railway communication before the 90s, which was very important. And today, the significance of these communications are getting more and more important. And we also suggested to simplify the border crossing procedures for the goods, understanding that for the logistics, the time is the key, how much time these goods are spending on the border, on the roads, etc., etc. So we do believe that the proposal that we made to our counterparts is realistic, and this is beneficial for us, for everybody.
And what's the timeline for that? When do you think that could happen?
We are ready for this. Once we have formal response from our counterparts, we can start the execution. Fortunately, we already reached an agreement with our Turkish counterparts to start at least the feasibility study of the railway which used to work, to understand what are the conditions, what needs to be done if there is a political decision by them to reestablish this communication. So we want to be ready for this. Also, we had an agreement with Turkish side 2 years ago to open the land border, which is closed since 90s, for third country citizens. And Armenia side did its homework. We are ready to open the communications. We developed all the infrastructures necessary. And again, here we need a decision from our counterparts. Unfortunately, everything which I'm telling is bringing to one conclusion, that we need political decisions and political win. And the message coming from Armenia is that the time to act is now. The region that I'm living and the generation that I'm representing want to live in peace, and especially connectivity and increased interdependencies can be the guarantee of peace and stability in our region.
And of course, you do need to make sure that you take care of your security. So I want to connect it also to one of the questions we have on slide about the transition that Armenia is trying to make, not just from Soviet-style economy, but from Soviet-style military systems to more potentially Western ones. Of course, you are now moving away from maybe illusions that Russia is going to provide any security guarantees for you or help Armenia with security issues. Also, there's been more communications with the United States. There's an offer of more enhanced military cooperation with the US. At the same time, even in terms of weapon supplies, you're talking to India, but also to countries like France. Can you give us a little bit more insight how this transition is going, where you are in your relations on the security field with other partners?
Maybe this brings to one of the most important debates, whether democracy means also security or democracy is a threat. And we do believe that democracy is a security, and we are eager to enhance our security cooperation with democracies as well. It also worth to mention that we are realizing our right to defense, and the security architecture and our military architecture that we are changing. This is to protect our sovereignty and inviolability of our borders, and it's not against any third country. This is very important highlight to be done probably. We are currently deepening our security cooperation with different actors. You already mentioned France, India, but also with United States. Another very important security component for our region, this is the EU monitoring mission that we have deployed to our international border between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and this is highly supporting the stability in bordering regions.
Armenia has suspended its membership in Collective Security Treaty Organization, meaning that you are not participating in meetings, not paying membership fees. Are you planning to formally exit CSTO?
Prime Minister of Armenia announced that this is the step that we already undertook, and so just to bring how it starts. When in 2022 the sovereign territory of Armenia was invaded by Azerbaijan, we were expecting at least political announcement from the CSTO as a security organization, which didn't happen eventually. And Armenia decided that the unclarity made by the CSTO partners on our borders, on our sovereign territory, but in fact also on the borders of the security organization, is rather a threat than a benefit for us. And we suspended our membership in the organization. We are considering the further steps to be made based on the feedback coming from the CSTO members.
We're running out of time, but I'll sneak in at least one question from Slido that we have. You very briefly mentioned that Armenia is trying to make sure that there is no sanctions circumvention via Armenia. Are you getting pressure from Western partners to make sure that you do much more? Again, if you look at the numbers, I think the trade between Armenia and Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan went up by like 400%, which probably has something to do with the desire to go around the sanctions regime.
We are in constant contact with our EU colleagues, but also US colleagues, and as far as we heard from relevant authorities and counterparts, we are satisfied with the level of cooperation that they have with Armenia. We introduced tailor-made government decrees on export, and this was worked out with our Western partners as well.
And the very final brief question. You talked a lot about the improvements or progress that you're making in relations with the European Union. What is your message? If you would ask for one thing from the EU, what it would be? What do you need now that maybe EU is not offering? Or if you need some clarity on the pathway forward, what would you ask the EU to do?
You remember that I said that the Prime Minister announced that we're ready to go as far as European Union will find it appropriate. We, but also our people, need to realistically get a response. What are the limits of this appropriate by European colleagues?
Thank you so much. It was on the record, so we'll definitely pass the message. Mr. Minister, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you enjoy your stay in Prague.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of today's last session, Martin L.
Good morning, or still morning for somebody, afternoon. I'm Martin L. I'm from Czech Economic Daily Hospodářské noviny. I have a privilege and honor to moderate this session about the future of media in Central Europe. To make it shorter, we called it Media's Fight Against Information Overload and Smear, and we will talk about how to be a good journalist in these harsh times. Let me invite speakers. Lily Takács, a journalist from Hungary, from Hungarian portal 444.hu. Roman Imielski, first deputy editor-in-chief from Gazeta Wyborcza from Poland. Adrian Mihălțianu, editorial director of Press One from Romania. And Beata Balogová, editor-in-chief of Daily SME from Slovakia. Let me remind you, but maybe it's not necessary for the last panel, that we have a Slido where you can ask the questions. There will be microphones in the room where you can use them to ask the questions. And we have to be on time because it's the last panel, so we will start very quickly. Just to explain my light suit. I took it deliberately to breach the informal protocols here because I didn't want to come to funeral of independent media. When preparing this panel, we were talking with my colleagues about three kind of major threats we are facing in the Central Europe for independent media. One of them is urbanization, and we will hear a little bit more about that. The second one is let's say Russian influence in terms of not only disinformation, but also using Russian channels, Russian tools by governments or media financed by Russia. And the third one is the role of big tech, which is not so friendly to media as somebody might think. Because we are journalists, we will start with a story being told by Lily, please.
So to start, you have to know that together with the editorial houses of my fellow panelists, plus the Bellingcat, we are participating in an international media project which is co-financed by the European Union. It is called the Eastern Frontier Initiative, or TEFI, maybe easier to pronounce. And we are covering stories about Central and Eastern European security, but not only hard security like military and defense stuff, but also other sectors of security, including disinformation, which is so closely related to our everyday security. And just like 2 weeks ago, we became target of a government-funded disinformation campaign, which was aimed at TEFI. We were basically accused of conducting active information warfare against the Hungarian sovereignty. We were labeled basically as foreign agents serving foreign interests, just because we were asking questions, which is basically one of the most important tasks of journalists. It is important to emphasize that half of the original anonymous article, which appeared in one of the pro-government sites in Hungary, was directly copy-pasted from a Russian propaganda site. Thus, this Russian disinformation made its direct way to the Hungarian mainstream media. First, anonymous article appeared, then it was taken over by all of the government media. They attacked not only 444, but also our international partners. And it is very important to emphasize again that this is a project which is co-financed by the European Union, so our allies. And I think this is a pretty alarming situation. Some of us were named personally. I was named as well. But this is not only writing bad things about journalists and independent media, because, yeah, that happens. But the media situation in Hungary a bit more complex, even after the basically completed urbanization of the media space in Hungary. Because we do have a new sovereignty protection agency or authority, with pretty vague legislation, we don't really know what can it do without any democratic oversight, but we are basically expecting investigation. Our editorial room, it still hasn't happened, but we think that there are further measures coming.
If you don't know, the GLOBSEC is the place where the foreign agents being trained. Yeah. This is exactly what happened to Lily.
Yeah.
Urbanization, we can describe it in many words, but maybe let's look at the neighboring country, Slovakia, where maybe we can say that now urbanization of media is being processed with a greater speed. Beata, please tell us.
Yes, Robert Fico is in a hurry because he has to do something that Viktor Orbán did in a decade, and he wants to do it very fast. And right at the beginning, I would like to make a comment that this makes Slovakia one of the biggest tests of the European Union. A test like how serious the Union is about some of these declared values, how serious it is about the Media Freedom Act, which was passed. Because if Slovakia, if Robert Fico can get away with copying the urbanization process, I think that the trust in EU and its determination and its claims to protect free media will sound really hollow in the whole region. But back to Fico. Robert Fico attacks basically on three frontiers. He's doing the overtaking of public media, pressure on private media, attacking journalists verbally, but also, very importantly, legitimizing disinformation media and elevating that media into the level of state media. Just for an illustration, he has not given an interview to My Daily for more than a decade, maybe 15 years. But he has given an interview to a disinformation site founded by a neo-Nazi candidate, Infovojna. And on this very same site, also the defense minister, Robert Kaliňák, appeared, and he actually agreed with the claim of the moderator that, for example, GLOBSEC is a bunch of warmongers who should not receive any state money because it would be a waste. And disinformation media thrives since Robert Fico won the elections. We can see it also on their number of visits. And even though they don't get that much money through advertisement, in case of Infovojna, we are talking about 3,000 euros per month, but we know that doing their kind of news production, disinformation production is very cheap. Then I need to mention that some of Slovak politicians appear on Telegram. For example, Interior Minister Shutaj Eštok has a Telegram account, and he's paying advertisement on Telegram account. And his advertisement appears on the sites, the home sites, some of the disinformation media. So basically, he's financing indirectly these media because Telegram shares the income with that media. Also, the disinformation sites are using the state-run newswire stories, which makes them look legit. And my question is that how they pay for it. And that's what we are trying to now investigate with our colleagues, like what they pay to the state-run newswire. Also, maybe just another example to show how disinformation media with very, very murky financial backgrounds are becoming a major force to attack journalists. I would mention the case of my colleague Zuzana Kovačić-Hanzelová, who is one of the most prominent news anchors and debate hosts in Slovakia. She had to withdraw for 3 months after there was a huge campaign launched against her, and after messages shared by a neo-Nazi who is hiding in London because there is an international warrant against him, Bombitz. He started spreading news about her that she had 3 abortions and that there is a video with intimate content about her. And some of the members of Smer party, Luboš Blaha, for example, who is now in the European Parliament, share that news. So basically, we see completely murkied the line between disinformation media, which we were supposed to fight against. I mean, the previous government had a ministerial unit to find disinformation. That unit was abolished. And now, how do you expect the government, which is the main disseminator of disinformation, to fight against disinformation? And we as media, how we are supposed to fulfill their gatekeeper role if we also have a role to debunk information? For me as an editor-in-chief, every morning I have to decide what disinformation or what claim we are going to debunk or correct, because it is turning us into reactive media. We are in a position of being in a noisy pub when we have to shout louder in order to actually get to our readers with substantial messages, because they no longer really hear that.
Mentioning this urbanization, quite often it's used, Hungarian minorities are quite often used as one of the tools spreading, not only urban propaganda, but the style of the work. I would like to know from Adrian if the same happens in Romania, or if Romania has its own problems on that level, because, for example, this year Romania faces all elections you can imagine, really all. Some of them already happened, some of them will happen. So this I see as a kind of fertile soil for everything we are talking about.
Well, you know, the Hungarian minority in Romania is very close to Orban. He visits every year and held a conference in the Szekely land. But it's not the only vector or the main vector through which Russian propaganda and misinformation in general is delivered to the Romanian public. Now, we have Romanian politicians that have very good standing with NATO and with US and EU. Some of them even talked here from these stages. And they do the talk outside, but inside Romania, they are not so different from Orban. I mean, around 80% of the local media and the national media is controlled by them and the oligarchs that support them. And just to give you an idea, last year they paid more than 20 million euros to the controlled press from their public money that they receive from the state in an untransparent way. The result on a very small media market in Romania was that any investigation against what they are doing or against the corruption in government was basically non-existent in the mainstream media. And you get two vectors for misinformation in an Orban-like way, if you want. One, and the most important, is from the extreme far-right parties, nationalist parties, that use social media to actually promote very virulent anti-NATO rhetoric and anti-Ukrainian rhetoric, just to isolate ourselves. And the other one is through mainstream TVs and mainstream media that actually parrot what's the main talking points of the government. And we were at Press One at the receiving end of a defamation campaign and misinformation campaign directed at us when we actually showed that the former prime minister had plagiarized his PhD diploma. Now, it seems like a minor thing in the context of Ukraine's war, but in fact, it's a problem because Romania's defense structures, security structures, are full with people that are easily blackmailed, that are not so pro-Occidental, that in public they say that they will toe the line, but in fact, in reality, they are not so trustworthy. And that's the main problem in Romania. We can speak, we can talk the talk, seem Occidental at the higher level, but if the wind turns, they would most likely also turn, and that's a very, very big problem. That's directly connected to information and how information is spread in Romania.
Roman, you don't have Hungarian minority yet, maybe, in Poland.
Not very big.
But there was a great inspiration in the previous government from what Orban did. How did you manage this turn from going to Orban way to some other way? Let's not talk about this. But what was the impact on media? Or to put it in another way, is the bigger market kind of a shield against the urbanization of media?
First of all, I would like to say thank you that so many people come here for hearing us, because we are expected empty room. So thank you very much. The second, I'm right now in comfortable situation because Polish society red-carded previous government last year, and the democratic parties. We call this democratic parties because Law and Justice is not democratic parties, the populist, nationalist, and anti-democratic parties won the election, and situation changed dramatically for the better side. But the period between 2015 and 2023 was crazy in my country. Really was crazy, because Orban was like a behind-the-scene actor. Law and Justice leader Jarosław Kaczyński, this is interesting person because he wasn't a prime minister during this period. He's a master of puppets. He loved this. Said publicly before election in 2015 that we want to have Budapest in Warsaw. We want to have Budapest in Warsaw. What it means? They tried to build the same oligarch system, especially in media businesses like Orban. Some facts. One of the first political decision of the government, new government in 2015, was to cut any advertisement in my newspaper and any other independent newspaper. We have still in Poland very big and many companies controlled by the state. They cut any advertisement. But many private companies cut the advertisement too, because they were dealing with state. For example, for pharmacy companies. It was of course very big problems for us as a business, because if you want to be an independent journalist and to be independent media outlets, you should have money for that. The second decision was to suit us as many times as possible. In my case of my newspaper Gazeta Wyborcza, it means that they use SLAPS, strategic lawsuit against public participation, more than 130 times during this period. So we spent a lot of time at court as a journalist, editors, and we spent a lot of time, a lot of money for the lawyers. But this is interesting because SLAPS are, if you talk about the Western world, are using by the very rich men, for example. Yes, for the chilling effects. This is the goal of this action. In Poland, the situation was dramatically different. The politicians using SLAPS against independent media, especially Gazeta Wyborcza. Even party, Law and Justice Party, sued us as a party after OPET, opinion, not facts. Of course, fortunately, a court rejected this accusation, but it was unbelievable that party can sue independent media and anybody. I heard about one situation like that. It was the regional branch of Russian ruling party, but we are still not Russia. The smearing action and defamation action against independent media was every day. One of the first decision of the new government in 2015 was change our public media into Kremlin-style propaganda, really. Kremlin-style propaganda. They copy many Russian formats. If you watch, for example, the main news program on the first public channel, the situation was every day the same. The government is very good. The opposition is very bad. Gazeta Wyborcza is a member of the international conspiracy with Soros, Berlin and Brussels. If you watch any footages from the Western world, it's only strikes, migrants, any good news, especially Hungary. So the situation was very crazy, and I can say that that we survived because in Poland we still had very strong private companies, private media. Of course, we have a special shield from American administration because the main private broadcaster, TVN, is a part of the Discovery company, American business. And Law and Justice passed through the parliament special law. The goal of this law was to force Discovery Channel to sell majority of the shares of the TVN shares, maybe to the big company like state-controlled Orlen oil energy giant. And President Andrzej Duda, under pressure of the Washington administration, vetoed this law. It was purely that the goal was only to force American owners to sell these shares, majority of the shares of these broadcasters, to the friendly business. And the main problem is, of course, that, for example, during this 2015-2023 period, nobody from the government want to talk with us, to take interview for Gazeta Wyborcza, President Duda, too, of course, Jarosław Kaczyński, prime ministers, and the situation was even worse because they didn't invite us to the press conferences because we are a liar, and they said this publicly. Gazeta Wyborcza is a liar. This period was, from my perspective, the best period for the Gazeta Wyborcza as an investigative journalism. But the problem was that my very good journalist said, and what? We publish so many bombshells and nothing happened because Law and Justice privatizing our state. Prosecutors say, we don't care about this. What is it? Okay, maybe this is some evidences, but we don't care about this. Police, the same. The Special Anti-Corruption Bureau, the same. So the effects of your work as a watchdog and the part of the democratic system was vanished.
I think, Roman, the similar story can be heard from Lele or from Beata, in a sense that they are now working in an environment where it's quite hard, and a couple of questions already being in Slido are touching this. From where to take the information or facts which you can trust first as a reader, and then what effect they have. Lily, how do you feel the effect of your work in a sense in this very harsh environment where already more than a decade, of being, let's use this word urbanized, but we can discuss what it means. But our audience is asking, where to find the facts and how to deliver the facts to the audience.
Good question. I'm not sure I can have the only one good answer to this. There is an information overload. In Hungary, you can feel this everywhere. Print, online, TV, really everywhere, as the pro-government media empire is still growing, which means that the room for independent media is getting smaller and smaller, but you still have to find your way. And it is a bit in connection, actually, with the role of media as a watchdog or just informing the public and so on. Because in this world, the politics is forcing the media to have a role as a bit of a political actor, because there are so strong statements coming from the politicians, then the population, the readers, they expect a strong statement from the media. So you cannot react weakly to such strong statements, because then you won't be heard. But this is not an ideal role for media, because the media is not a political actor. But for example, in Hungary, basically everyone who is asking questions regarding the actions of the Hungarian diplomacy regarding Ukraine mostly is labeled as living under war psychosis or spreading pro-war narrative. And even if you try to show that maybe there are other opinions and other versions of the truth than those spread by the Hungarian government, then you get basically labeled as pro-war. So you really have to take a strong, you have to be strong to counter this, and you have to find ways to keep touch with your readers, because there is still room for independent media. We get readers and their number is increasing, and it is really hard work to keep up. But what to do? Well,
any role of social media, for example, in a good way, or
yeah.
Is it bad? Everything with social media?
I don't think it's black and white. It's super complex, I think. But regarding what to do, I think educating media literacy to our readers is very important. This is something that the government doesn't do, and of course they doesn't want to do that, because then the population would be able to debunk news and debunk fake news, and they don't want to do that. However, I think it is very important to educate our readers, and maybe they can educate further their friends and family and so on. How should you get information? How should you debunk something? How should you check it? Because that's what ensures that multiple voices will exist.
We have witnessed in Hungary, Poland, now we are witnessing in Slovakia, a possible role of European Union in that. We have also one question in our Slido. I would like to ask Beata, where do you see the role of EU in all of that, in a sense that we have something written, something being approved, but usually it's quite far away from having it as a document in that bloody Brussels, and then going to the field and using it as a shield.
I think I already hinted it at the beginning that this is going to be also a very crucial time for the EU. And I think that it won't be enough just to look at the wording of the law and looking at how the law is formulated in Slovakia or Hungary, because these autocrats also learned from each other how to shape the legislation so that it formally matches the requirements. But then in real life, the legislation doesn't really matter. I will just say one example, overtaking the public service television. After pressure from Brussels, the government changed the original law and they dropped the media council. It was supposed to be a council that was supposed to control and approve content of the public service media. But the public service media is managed by personal policy. The autocrats and concretely the Fico government will enforce their influence through appointing a director who will appoint bosses of certain units in the television, all with some kind of loyalty towards Robert Fico. So basically, de facto they are keeping the law, but if you look at the production of the public service television, that will reflect that there is no editorial independence. The Media Freedom Act does say that editorial independence should be secured, and of course it is saying it in a very general way, and the mechanisms of penalties are quite weak, and also the oversight, because the oversight on how the legislation is kept is giving the watching authority, which is appointed by the existing licensing authorities. So, I mean, Orbán will appoint his own people, Fico will appoint his own people to these bodies. But my point going back is that really the European Union should should look more at the context of what is really happening in these countries. And there is really so much at stake. I will mention another example, and you already said the role of the social media. The politicians in Slovakia no longer do press conferences. They go to social media, Fico records a video, and he's spreading awful disinformation. And Facebook concretely, Facebook is negatively biased towards the production of my newspaper or other websites that do factual news, because facts are not generating the kind of traffic that, let's say, emotionally fueled posts do. Facebook is not controlling politicians in the same way as, if someone reports my post, I could be banned for 3 days. If someone reports Fico's post, they are not really doing much. Of course, I have to mention that Lubos Blaha was locked out. Like, he's one of the most awful spreaders of misinformation and hateful news. But he moved to Telegram, and he again has the outreach. So back to the platforms, here also we cannot do much as separate players. And the European Union, even though they are negotiating with the platforms, but what they achieved, that they moved the media to the position of some kind of VIP clients, that now the platforms are willing to talk to us and negotiate, but we need to be partners. We are not clients of the platform, because they basically parasite on our content. So I think that this is another crucial area where the European Union and the Commission needs to take a much stronger voice in pushing on platforms to take on more responsibility, exactly in the area of spreading disinformation. And maybe I will close with a comment that, and I said it so many times, misinformation and Russian disinformation is not a journalistic issue. It doesn't spread because we do substandard job. It doesn't spread because we don't do enough investigative reporting, because we don't do enough facts-based stories. No, it's spread because the political narratives that are spreading in Hungary, Slovakia, very closely match the political narratives of Vladimir Putin. And for them, it's very advantageous to basically enforce and boost those narratives. And I said it's my last comment, but maybe one comment, that we as journalists should not really resign to the golden standards of journalism. I know it's difficult. I know that Viktor Orbán and Robert Fico on long term and Erdogan and Putin are denying the watchdog role of journalists, and they say that, if you want to control power, you should run for office, and once you are elected, you can do that, because otherwise you have no legitimacy. I also understand that in a situation when ministries are not giving you data, information, and even the best investigative teams or the best teams, they need to fill those holes with something. And I observe it also in Hungary and now sometimes in Slovakia, that they are then filled with opinion. And there is in every country where there is this autocratic overtake of the media, the opinion sometimes replaces the factual reporting, because its opinion can, what really Lily explained it very well, that opinion is better suited to basically capture some of the societal situations, but we should not allow that, I think.
I wonder, you partially answered one of the questions from the Slido, which is now the biggest report, where we can trace the origins of disinformation. But I wonder if you three big bosses from the media, in this situation, how do you see the case of Telegram? Because this is the first time when some government was so courageous to investigate openly one of the owners and leaders of one of the networks. Let's take the Telegram is a special network, but it's one of them, and really trying to push the contents because of special design of the Telegram and its content non-moderation, to say so, or is it? Do you see it as a kind of a first kind of light in the end of the tunnel, in sense of putting social networks on the same level as media in terms of responsibility? Roman.
And Telegram case is very interesting because we know that Pavel Durov were dealing in a very interesting way with the Kremlin officials. We know that the Telegram, maybe you know something about the war, Russian aggression on Ukraine, because I try to avoid the sentence war in Ukraine. This is Russian aggression, because Telegram is used by the Russian army, very effective, because they have no tools to the contact with your soldiers. But we talk about the France. France is a very good example how to deal with the big techs. French government punished Google and Facebook by hundreds millions of euros because they don't cooperate with the government. If we talk the standards of information and sharing the money, if we talk about the intellectual property, this is a big problem. For example, in Poland right now, we pushes as a whole media outlets, publishers, our government, new government, to change the law about the intellectual property. It was a big battle with especially Google. And I agree with Beata that I'm a journalist for the 29 years and editors. I still believe in mission. The journalism is a mission to explain word for the people, to explain what we should avoid tabloidism, clickbaits, etc. And we are pure journalists, but we should be fair about the world we are living now. A few years ago was a very interesting article in Science about fake news. Fake news are spreading on social platforms 6 more times than true. 6 more times than true. Of course, if you talk with Google, Facebook, and Telegram owner, they are every time said we are fight with disinformation, etc., etc. Bullshit. Bullshit. They are a huge money for the social platforms because this is very interesting and this is a very big group of audience. Some datas. We are a traditional media outlets like newspapers, television, radio, broadcasters, etc. But Facebook has more than 3 billion active users, not only accounts. Accounts I have, I think right now has more than 5 billion, but active users per month. YouTube is almost 2.5 billion active users per month. Instagram is more than 2 billion active users per month. TikTok is 1.2 billion active users per month. This is our enemy. One algorithm can change the view of billions of people, and nobody knows why and how. For example, Google changes their algorithms. So yes, first we should have a big help from the European Commission, if we talk about the big techs, about the good law protecting journalism, pure journalism in the European Union. And we see some very good steps about that. For example, anti-slaps law, maybe it's not very good, but the first step was done. And the second, my big vision is to learn our children in the elementary school what is consuming the news and the world like that. Because the worst thing which social platform did is killing criticism. Is killing criticism. This is the big problem. People believe in the unbelievable things.
In emotions.
And emotions, of course.
I remember when talking with some of the leading Czech experts about disinformation, how to deal with that, and how to find disinformation. I think we have a quite some questions on that. For example, do independent media tend to communicate with the ones that spread disinformation to reach a consensus, understand the other side? I think this is the role of journalists, if I may, to answer this question, that basically this is the work of journalism, of proper journalism, to find the answers on questions like that, and try to understand the other side. You know, I was a couple of years ago, I was writing more about Hungary. I don't speak Hungarian, but some people thought that I speak, and I was labeled by some people who automatically criticize everything Orbán is doing, like without thinking about what he's doing, that I was writing pro-Orbán, but I was trying to understand, you know, historical part of the Hungarian, you know, positions, and I was trying to understand differences between different regions. So I was traveling there, writing what the even people, and it was still the time when some people from Fidesz talked to me. Now nobody talked to me. So I'm now on that side, but I was trying to talk to Fidesz basically, and I was labeled from the other side as the one who is pro-Orbán. So it's like, you know, quite hard when you are doing this work properly. But back to the leading Czech expert and his definition of disinformation. When you read something and it creates emotions a little bit in bigger scale than you expect, then be careful and check that through other sources, because that might be disinformation. So and we are in the world where these disinformations, where these emotions are leading, as you described in the case of social networks. We have last 7 minutes of our debate. I would like to know from Adrian if, because you are now in pre-electoral situation and in very specific situation where you have one big party created out of two parties, they are going to compete with each other, but at the same time they are on the same, I still clearly understand the Romanian politics at the moment, but are you preparing for something special in terms of, you know, disinformation in these sensitive times, with the war next door, with the Russian, with all these dangers or threats to journalism we were talking about, for something kind of special, or are you sticking with the, let's say, proper journalistic rules and trying to overcome this overload with the daily work, or do you have some kind of a special training? If we started with the story about GLOBSEC being a special training center for the agents for the next period of 2-3 months, where you have parliamentary and presidential elections.
Look, the two parties, big historical parties in government right now, used to be declared enemies. Now all is rosy and peaceful because they shared everything they could share on all levels of Romania. But that's not the main problem. Even the rise of the nationalist parties is not the main problem. The main problem is that the EU and the US lowered the bar so much that they closed their eyes to what's happening in Romania, just to have a stable and, you know, let's say, pro-Ukraine Romania, pro-Ukraine government. And this is basically putting a thick blanket of silence on everything that happens in Romania. We have Orban-like control of the judiciary in Romania. We have Orban-like control of the media in Romania. Of course, we have a pro-NATO, pro-Occidental declarative army, and it's in our national interest too. So I don't think that our politicians will just, defect. However, what happens in Romania is everything that happened in Hungary and what happens in Slovakia, but without the fanfare. And when you talk about independent media and its role into fighting this, you have to talk also about financing. We have only 3 million to 4 million euros each year as budget on the whole Romanian independent Romanian media, whereas you have tens and tens of millions of euros spent in an untransparent way on the mainstream media that actually is pro-government. And basically you don't have any real democratic opposition. You just have the opposition, quote unquote, of the nationalist parties. As an independent media, we try to reach young people. We try to combat misinformation on the channels that are the most used for misinformation, but not through fact-checking, but through upholding high journalistic values and standards, but delivering them in a way that Gen Z and young people can understand them and can relate to them.
That was, by the way, one of the questions. Sorry, we will not, because it's for another 2-hour seminar, that how to reach the young people.
So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to fight a big governmental machine that's just seemingly pro-Occidental, but to try to convince European institutions and the US partners that they are in a very danger to lose Romania to an Orban-like country.
We have a very popular question, which I would like to ask you, and because we have 2 minutes and a half, so maybe quick answer should be yes or no, and with one sentence explaining. The question is, do you think that the narrative of Viktor Orbán and other leaders like Fico can influence the creation of European policies in a bad way, in a way that if the EU will follow the Orbanization, if I can rephrase the question, Lily?
Well, Mette Frederiksen yesterday said that the EU is not divided because it's not like 12 against 15, but it's 26 against 1. I would say like 26 against 1.5. It's like, yeah. So, I hope not. And it's my short answer.
Beata?
Well, I hope also not, because so far, over the past 10 years, Viktor Orbán always was able to create some type of situation when he made a compromise and went home and told his readers or told his audience that he won. And the European leaders have made many concessions to Orbán because of the interest of car makers in Hungary, because Orbán always had something to offer. So the politics was to keep Orbán on our side, but Orbán was already, halfway in Russia. So I don't think that this politics of appeasement works, and I think that the European Union should also talk more to the citizens in Hungary and care more about how some of the interpretations of their decision reaches the Hungarians or the Slovaks. I think that I was in a situation when we were trying to get information about closed-door discussions, or we knew that they wrote a very serious letter to Robert Fico, and it was just the unwillingness to publish because they said that we have to solve it in a way of diplomacy. And I don't think that that's the way to go. And I think that in order for the citizens to understand very clearly what's the standpoint of the EU and what they are doing if the autocrats are violating it, we will be just moving in circles when Viktor Orbán will, with a big smile, go back to Hungary and bash the European Union, and then go to Brussels and shake hands and hoping in having nice smiling photographs with the leaders.
Gentlemen, our time is up. Yes or no?
Yes and no. Because yes, because some people in Europe are very familiar with standards, urban standards. If we talk about the internal policy, some of these people are in opposition right now, but maybe will be in the power in the future. If you talk about the international affairs, no.
Adrian, last word.
Well, I don't think that Viktor Orbán is public enemy number one. The public enemy number one is the disconnect between traditional parties and their electorate, and the traditional media and the electorate. This is why Viktor Orbán and his ilk have so much success. And if you want to resolve this, is to connect again with the vast majority of people that are inactive, like Poland did. And this is the way you win this war.
I hope somebody from GLOBSEC took a note of this being a nice topic for the next GLOBSEC next year. Thank you very much for the panel. Beata Balogová, Lily Takács, Roman Imielski, Adrian Mihălțianu. And this was the very last panel of today. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to invite you for the closing remarks next on the Havel stage. Thank you very much for the participation.